Welcome, everyone. We'd like to now call the 2022 Special Committee on Taxation meeting to order. Just a quick reminder, since it's been a while for some of us since we've been in a meeting, please silence your cell phones and electronic devices. And we are live streaming. WebEx is not working on my laptop. I haven't fired that up, so I will ask for some help if we have some conversation via WebEx. But first of all, I'd like to welcome Senator Tyson and the rest of the committee. It's great to be working with you again, and as we review the topics for the day. This is the first day of our interim committee. It was approved for 2 days to study specifically from the LCC. We're going to be taking a look at the streamlined sales tax membership. Now that we live in a post-Wayfair world, what does our membership in Streamline look like? What are some of the advantages and disadvantages as we move forward? Taking a look at that. We will also be looking at income tax on retirement and Social Security benefits. We've had some bills in prior years. Most recently last year we had the bill that looked at complete exemption. We looked at removing the cliff. Ultimately, we didn't get anything passed, so we're going to take a good look at that and hopefully make a recommendation to the legislature for the upcoming session. We will also be taking a look at property evaluation uniformity. We'll have the folks here from PVD to give us a good review on that and just make sure that we are valuing our properties across the board in a uniform manner. And we will also be looking at the unused tax districts and provisions that could potentially be ripe for repeal, just to do a little bit of housekeeping and clean up our tax code if that's possible. But to start off with, I'd like to work on introductions. It's kind of a formality. We all know each other here, staff and legislators. We do this also for the benefit of anyone that is joining us live. They kind of know who's here in the room. So Representative Kessler, I think I'll start on that end with you. And you know me, I don't like boring introductions. So tell me your name, where you're from, and I'll give you two options. Either tell me what your favorite Thanksgiving dessert is, or if you want to make a prediction on the upcoming K-State football game.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom Kessler, District 96, House, basically South Wichita area, and there's nothing better than pumpkin pie.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vic Miller from Topeka. It's going to be a great game, I predict.
That was a diplomatic answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Les Mason from McPherson, District 73. My favorite Thanksgiving dessert would be a big bowl of Cool Whip with a little slice of pumpkin pie in it.
You and I are cut from the same cloth, I see. I'm Adam Smith. I represent the 120th District out of Northwest Kansas. I come out of Weston, Kansas. And I think I'll make a purple prediction on the K-State game. Maybe I'll even throw out a score, 42-28.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm excited to be here. I love the topics that we're covering today. Karen Tyson from the 12th Senate District. I'm not going to predict the ball game. And as far as desserts, what's that? I haven't had one in a while, but no, we have a family tradition of a 4-layer dessert. It's really good. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mike Amix. I'm from the city of Lawrence, Kansas, home of the University of Kansas. I represent the 45th District, which is Lawrence and Douglas County, and I think I have to support my Jayhawks this time.
We might have to make a little friendly wager offline here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to it.
Yes. Do we have any legislators joining us via WebEx at this time? Okay. Staff, would you like to go through and do a quick introduction as well? I'll start with you, Mr. Penner.
My name's Eddie Penner. I'm with Legislative Research. Do you want the
I'll leave this one up to you.
Well, I'll vote for pumpkin pie on the Thanksgiving dessert.
Lindsay Archer with Legislative Research, and I am going to go against the grain and say pecan pie.
Adam Sievers with the revisor of statutes. I'm just happy to see football and, this late in the season. That'll be meaningful as a KU graduate.
Amelia Kovar Donahue with the revisor's office, and I am going to vote also for pecan pie.
Was that pecan or pecan? Pecan? We won't get into that tonight.
Sean Pesno, broadcast team. I'm going to go with KU on this one.
Oh, boy, this should be fun. It will be a good game. I concur with Representative Miller on that one. So thank you, everyone. This is our committee for this morning. And if anyone joins just online, just give me a heads up on that and we'll move forward. But to start off with our agenda, I'd like to welcome Mr. Edward Penner. He is the senior economist with Kansas Legislative Research. He will be reviewing the consensus revenue estimate. This is not part of our approved agenda, but we always like to start off with this because it has such a critical impact on the discussion that we have looking at these topics. So it's wise to have a good snapshot of where we're at financially as a state right now, and a good estimate for fiscal year 23, the remainder, and looking into the future. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Penner.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. You should have in front of you the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group's short memo that we publish on the day of our actual meeting. This year we met on November 9th. We usually meet in about that second week of November time period. Usually 10 days to 2 weeks after that, we publish our long memo, which includes a more detailed economic forecast. That is currently in its editing process. That involves passing back some drafts back and forth between our office and the Division of the Budget, and so that's not quite ready today, but will be published soon, probably sometime next week. And so as I mentioned, the Division of Budget there, I just want to give a quick high-level overview of the CRE process. Twice a year, the group meets. The statute actually provides for a joint estimate to be provided by the Director of Legislative Research and the Director of the Budget. It's kind of a legislative branch, executive branch agreement there. The group itself, though, does incorporate also the Department of Revenue, of course, and consulting economists from the state research universities. And this is a process that has been in place for about 50 years now. We meet in November, we meet again in April, and then in June, we don't actually meet, but via kind of email, we arrive at an agreement on adjustments memo to the April estimates as a result of the legislation that was passed and signed into law from the veto session. And so before I get into the receipts, the estimates themselves, I will give you just kind of a very high-level summary of the economic forecast that the group was working with and will be incorporated into the long memo. Kind of in essence, the group expects the inflation that we are currently experiencing to come down from its very high levels during the forecast period, but to remain at high levels throughout the forecast period. Probably what historically would be described, at least recent history, would be described as uncomfortably high levels. And accordingly, we expect the nominal growth of the economy to remain relatively strong throughout the forecast period, even if the real growth rate of the economy is much more tepid or weak. And just kind of as a reminder, especially state-level tax receipts are more driven by nominal growth of the economy than by real growth of the economy. And so that might be one of the reasons that you might see when you just think about your own kind of conceptual picture of the economy for the coming 18 months or so, you might see some conceptual headwinds in the economy. And those are certainly there for the citizens of the state of Kansas, but those headwinds in our forecast perspective lie on the real side much more so than on the nominal side. And since the nominal side has quite a bit of strength, the receipt estimates themselves kind of reflect that. And so just kind of keep that in mind as we go forward, but also kind of keep in mind that if in the in the coming months, you do see inflation really start to fall back down to our long-term historical levels faster than the group has anticipated. That might be a sign of weakness in our estimates potentially, as that would reflect potentially weaker nominal growth, even if it doesn't necessarily have an immediate effect on the real growth rates. So with that being said, the memo is in front of you. The first page of that memo is kind of just a couple of paragraphs of text describing what we did at a very high level. The second page is table 1 of the memo, which compares the fiscal year 22 actual receipts to the newly revised fiscal 23 estimate and the original fiscal 24 estimate, which was made at this meeting. I'm going to really quickly cover the bottom line numbers, and then I'm going to explain why I would advise you to not actually look at the bottom line numbers and look at a different row. So the bottom line numbers you can see are kind of grand total estimate for fiscal 23 is $9.7 billion, which represents a 22.6% increase, or $1.8 billion increase over the FY 2022 actual amount for FY, and that is a $794 million increase over the previous FY 2023 estimate. For FY 2024, our original estimate is $10.1 billion, which represents a $423 million or 4.4% increase above the newly revised fiscal 23 estimate. But now, if you'll glance upwards from that bottom line of the table just a little bit, you'll see the other revenues and receipts section. And the line in that section that I'm going to really draw your attention to is the transfers and other receipts line. You will see that in fiscal year 22, that was a negative $1.9 billion. In fiscal year 2023, we are projecting a negative $578 million. And then in fiscal year 2024, a negative $322 million. So the fiscal 22 amount incorporates the nearly $1 billion that was transferred to the Budget Stabilization Fund in that year, and some $800 million that was $850 million approximately that was transferred to CAPERS in terms of kind of one-time extraordinary transfers from that. The fiscal year 2023 amount includes a kind of further transfer of about $270 million to CAPERS. You might remember that the legislation you passed last year provided for somewhere between $1.1 and $1.2 billion to be transferred to CAPERS. That was spread out actually over both fiscal years 2022 and 2023. And then in 2024, kind of those one-time or two-time extraordinary transfers kind of go away, and we return to what might be described as a more normal transfers level at that $322 million level. Because of the dramatic changes in that bottom line number is maybe a little bit misleading to think about when you think about state receipts, because there's a lot of noise in there in terms of moving money around within the state budget from the general fund to the Budget Stabilization Fund, or from the general fund to the CAPERS Trust Fund, rather than actual state receipts. So when you think of state general fund receipts as a proxy for state receipts, that bottom line number, especially in this period of time, has a lot of noise kind of implicit within it. And so for that reason, what I would recommend you look at, this group look at in terms of state receipts growth, is actually the total taxes line, which is just above the other revenue and receipts line. So it's about 3/4 of the way down through each of these two tables. And so on the total taxes line, you can see that we added $773 million to our previous fiscal year 2023 estimate to bring that to a new total of $10,059 million. That is a 3.1% increase of the fiscal year 2022 actual amount for that line item, which was $9,758 million. That $773 million addition represents 8.3% increase over the previous estimate. When you, if you look back at through the month of October, our actual receipts were right about $308 million, or 11.7% ahead of the estimate. And so what this kind of reflects is that while we do expect strong receipts for the latter 8 months of this fiscal year, we don't expect them to kind of beat what our previous estimate would have been by the same margin that they were beating the previous estimate through the first 4 months of the year. So there is still quite a bit of strength in the receipts relative to the previous estimate and relative to the previous year, but maybe not as much over the latter 2/3 of the fiscal year as there was over the first third of the fiscal year. The fiscal year 2024 total tax estimate is $10.154 billion, which represents an increase of about $95 million, or 0.9%. However, I do want to highlight that number would be quite a bit stronger, but for the fact that incorporates some estimated fiscal impacts of legislation that was enacted. Maybe most substantially the food sales tax bill that was passed that continues to reduce in the out years. We'll notice that a little bit more in detail when we look at another tax source, but also some changes relative to the Apex legislation and tax changes from that as well. So absent those kind of policy changes, that underlying growth rate would be higher than the 0.9% that you see there in the actual year over year. We aren't actually projecting nominal growth of less than 1% for that fiscal year. So all of that being said, I'm now gonna move more towards the top of the tables and walk through some of the individual sources with a bit more specificity on some of those. If you'll look at the very top line, that is the individual income tax receipts. You can see that our year-over-year growth rates are 5.5% and 4.0%. That 5.5% for fiscal year 2023 is actually a little bit of a misstatement of our actual growth expectation. Fiscal year 2022 included a kind of one-time refund of about $67 million in the month of June that was to resolve kind of long-standing tax litigation relevant to a single taxpayer in the state from, I believe it was the 2005 to 2006 timeframe. If you back out that kind of one-time refund, that fiscal year 22 amount would have been higher. And so the year-over-year growth rate would have been more in line with the 4.0% number that we actually have projected for fiscal year 2024 than the 5.5%. The kind of impact of that one refund throws our year-over-year growth rate off by about 1.5%. And of course, when we do the revenue estimates, we get updates from the Department of Revenue about, do you have any of these sort of large one-off sort of tax assessments or tax litigation issues pending that might throw our estimates off by more than kind of the margin of error. And right now we don't have any of those pending in the pipeline. Those the pipeline of kind of unresolved litigation or expenses like that is clear of anything that would throw the estimates off by more than a margin of error in terms of things that have been filed and brought to the department's attention. Obviously, something may have happened in 2021 that could come up at a later date, but there's nothing that we know of right now. And so the other thing that I want to draw your attention to is that through October, we were about 11% ahead of the previous year. So obviously, we do expect the growth in individual income taxes to kind of slow down. Just the same kind of story as the entirety of taxes. You can see that our year-over-year amount being 5.5%. There's a little bit of noise in those first 4 months because there's only one estimated payment. It's primarily withholding, and there's some timing issues there. But obviously, the bulk of these individual income tax receipts come in during the spring, particularly during filing season. April and May are really where the variance of these lies. So when we meet in November to estimate, more than anything else, we're just trying to forecast what will happen during the April and very early May filing season. For corporation income tax, you can see that we do show a decline year over year from fiscal 22 to fiscal 23 of 4.1%, and then a further decline of 16.4% into fiscal 2024. The one thing that I do want to draw your attention to here specifically is that fiscal 2024 estimate incorporates an assumption that the corporate income tax rate will be reduced by 0.5% in tax year 2024, attributable to the economic development agreement that was entered into with Panasonic under the Apex legislation. And so we have folded in the estimated impact of that policy change into our estimates now, and we've assumed that that will take place in tax year 2024. At this point, that seems most likely. It's not going to happen sooner than that. If something were to happen to delay the actual start of construction of that plant, it actually could still get shifted out a year, but at this point, we have no reason to expect that. It's just not set in stone as 2024 yet, but all signs are pointing to that being the case. And we do have reduced receipts associated with the actual Apex project itself, attributable to the refundable, primarily to the refundable investment tax credit that is a piece of that agreement. Dropping down to sales and use taxes, you'll notice that on the sales line, we only have a 1.1% projected year-over-year growth rate for fiscal year 2023, and then we actually have a 0% projected year-over-year growth rate for 2024. That might seem a little surprising to you considering the high inflationary environment that we are in. However, of course, there are policy changes that feed into that as well. There are two major policy changes in the fiscal 2023 receipts that are reducing what those receipts would be. The first one I've already mentioned, the food sales tax rate reduction that will kick into effect on January 1. The other one is, of course, the legislation that you passed last year, eliminating the requirement for large retailers to remit estimated receipts of sales taxes, to where now they will only be remitting the actual receipts associated with individual refunds. That fiscal note has actually already shown up in large part in this month's July receipts. That was the first month that they were no longer required to remit those estimated payments. And so we've of course factored that in its entirety, and on the year-over-year numbers, that's already shown up if you look at our most recent monthly receipts memo. But that serves to reduce fiscal 23 receipts. Obviously, that's a one-time hit for fiscal 23 only. That kind of bounces back onto the tax source in 2024. But the full year of the initial rate cut for food sales tax and the 5 months of the second rate cut for food sales tax factor in enough to kind of outweigh that and outweigh any nominal growth, any growth that we would have in this source. And we imagine that sales tax is actually going to kind of come in flat on a year-over-year basis. And then dropping down to use, you can see that doesn't really happen in the use tax. However, the forecasted year-over-year growth rates of use tax are about as low as they have been in quite some time now. And that is attributable to a couple of things. I first want to back up on the food sales tax. Of course, the reason that doesn't, even though if someone does make a purchase of food or food ingredients that the use tax would apply to, they would still receive the reduced rate. However, most people, when they are purchasing food and food ingredients, they're making those purchases in a context in which the sales tax applies and not the use tax. And so for that reason, the food sales tax rate cut really doesn't have a measurable, in any meaningful way, impact on the use tax receipts. And but I do want to highlight that the use tax year-over-year growth rates are kind of diminishing relative to our recent trends, because of course we kind of think that we're beyond the era of the kind of ballooning growth in use tax receipts. Some of that started with the Wayfair decision in 2018, and then the Department of Revenue's guidance to taxpayers, guidance to out-of-state retailers that they were required to remit use tax in, I believe that came in August of 2019. And then, of course, Senate Bill 50's requirement for marketplace facilitators to remit use tax is now kind of fully implemented. And so we think that we're going to now return to kind of a new normal for use tax receipts, where there's no longer going to be these underlying fundamental policy shifts as it relates to the use tax, and the growth rates there will kind of renormalize, because the last few years, use tax on a percentage basis has been beating the year over year and beating the estimates by more than I believe any other tax source, and that really has been us really struggling to assess how rapidly and how expansive the impacts of the Wayfair decision and the marketplace facilitators legislation is on the use tax receipts. Just a couple of more highlights for you, dropping down to the other excise taxes, just because they're kind of large enough shifts to be worth mentioning. We do have cigarette tax. We're seeing it drop faster in this year than it has in several years now. The group kind of wrestled with potential reasons for that for a time. First of all, during the pandemic, its decline had seemed to slow down quite a bit, with maybe people being at home more were smoking more. And so that was one of our, and so now we kind of think that we're maybe in a 1-year catch-up period as it relates to that, where, cigarette tax, with the exception of when the rate is increased, is a declining revenue source over the long term. During the pandemic, that decline did seem to flatten out a bit. We now think we have a steeper decline that is kind of the catch up from that flattening out, and then beginning in fiscal 24, we imagine that we will maybe return to our more historical long-term rate of decline. Looking down to liquor enforcement tax, this is another one that is seeing a bigger decline than we had anticipated this year, and we really don't have a great explanation for that. The one thing that we kind of did conjecture was somewhat similar to the cigarette thing during the pandemic. People being at home more potentially resulted in more ability to consume alcohol. We think that there might have been a bit of an uptick there that now is seeing maybe what we think will be a one-time decline in fiscal year 23, and then return to more normal year-over-year rates beginning in fiscal 24. Oil and gas severance taxes, I'm also going to highlight, because those tax sources were revised upwards at this estimate, but you do still see a decline year over year from fiscal 23 into fiscal 24. Of course, Kansas oil and gas production have both been on a long-term decline. I believe natural gas since the mid 80s, and oil, it was a little later than that, but it's still a long-term decline on oil production. And but the recent higher commodity prices in those sectors have kind of slowed that long-term decline of Kansas production. When you combine a slowing decline of production with elevated commodity prices, it kind of has the effect of sending kind of a double increase to that tax revenue relative to our expectations. Oil is kind of interesting. We actually have about the exact same oil price forecast for the years now as we did at our previous estimate, but the big difference was the intervening period in between last April and this November. Oil prices spiked up quite a bit higher than what we were imagining. So for oil, we've really kind of just banked our year-over-year amount margin, whereas for natural gas, we now do have a higher price forecast than we had previously had. It seems as though the export market for liquid natural gas over to Europe has really prevented us from fully replenishing our kind of domestic stocks of that. And so for that reason, we expect sustained high demand levels for natural gas, resulting in sustained high prices for natural gas, especially for the current fiscal year, resulting in elevated natural gas severance tax receipts. And the only other item that I did want to specifically highlight was the insurance premiums tax. This one actually is maybe the most intuitive one when you think about our current economic climate. As the price of items being insured goes up with inflation, the cost to insure those items goes up, and the premium that is paid by consumers goes up. And since that tax is a percentage of the premium paid, it goes up with it. And so insurance premiums is actually maybe the single cleanest tax here to look at and see this is the economic climate that we're in right now tracks most closely, we think, with insurance premiums than anything else. It probably would track most closely with sales tax, but for the policy changes that are kind of implicit within the sales tax estimates. And so, so with that, I would pause and stand for questions. The only other thing that I was going to provide here is just I'm happy to give you the updated economic forecast numbers. Those are numbers that will be available in the long memo once it is published, hopefully within the next week.
Thank you, Eddie, for that excellent overview. Committee, are there questions? Okay, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eddie, for the presentation. As always, it's good. I just want to clarify, I heard, what is the number on the last row, total receipts, FY24?
The total receipts for FY24 is projected to be $10.124 billion.
Okay, I had heard you say 5, and
Oh,
I just wanted to clarify.
Sure. I may have misrounded there. It's 10.124.4, so it's possible that I looked down and rounded in my mind inaccurately.
I use these for my updates, so I like to make sure it's accurate. The other question on the cigarettes, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The cigarettes, did you guys and the liquor and tobacco consider that people weren't able to cross state lines for those purchases during the COVID time, and therefore could have played a part in the decline and the increase that you're seeing?
You know, as you mentioned that I don't know that we considered that explicitly, but it's kind of the exact same thing that we did consider with just the people being home more, maybe being able to consume more. It would have the same effect on receipts, that would have buoyed those receipts during the more restricted times of the pandemic, but then resulted in a sharper drop-off coming out of it. So it kind of has the same effect, but I don't think we considered exactly in that thought.
Follow-up, thank you. I would just ask that you do consider it because, especially on the eastern part of the state, we see people crossing the state line to Missouri, Oklahoma, Nebraska. So it would, I think it plays a part, and it demonstrates that our taxes are high and people are willing to leave the state to make those purchases. So thank you.
Committee, any further questions? Well, I have a few. So just to back up, I'll just take this kind of chronologically in order of your presentation. I wanted to dig in a little bit and understand your discussion with the consensus revenue group on inflation. Give us some numbers that you're throwing out, kind of remind us what kind of standard inflation is, and did you have any discussion on when we hope to maybe get back to quote unquote normal inflation rates? What are some of the numbers that were discussed?
Sure. So I'll start at one of the questions there kind of in the middle, and that is, of course, the Federal Reserve's target for inflation is somewhere between 2 and 2.5% annual growth. And when the revenue estimating group met back in April, we were imagining a calendar year growth rate average over the course of calendar year 2022 of 4.6%, which it kind of reflected that it was going to stop basically after the spring and really level off. Obviously, that didn't happen at all over the summer, and so our new estimate for CPI for calendar 2022 is 8.5%, which at this point, you know, is the year is 10 and a half months in the books. The inflation numbers, I think, I believe that we do have, at the time of the estimate, I don't think that we had 10 months. I think we only had 9 months, but now shortly after the estimate, the October number came out. And so that 8.5% ought to be pretty close. For calendar year 23, when we met in April to do the estimate, we were anticipating a 3% CPI rate for the year on average, and now we are forecasting a 5% inflation rate for the year on average. And for calendar year 24, when we met in April, we had a 2.3%. So we kind of were imagining that by calendar 24, it would be returning to kind of the long run normal and the Federal Reserve's target level. And now we are forecasting 4% inflation there. And so we are, I guess you would say that the group is now pretty pessimistic on inflation in terms of how quickly we're going to get back down to the long-term historical levels and what the Federal Reserve's kind of target level is. I'm going to talk about the two most recent inflation reports. The September inflation report was a really bad report for inflation. While the top line number had come down relative to its peak in the summer, the kind of median inflation level and what is called the trimmed inflation level, I believe had started had kept going up because inflation had actually become more widespread throughout the economy. It's just that the highest points of it, maybe most particularly energy, were not quite as high as they had been over the summer months, but it seems as though the effects of that had bled throughout the economy. And so the September inflation report was really suggestive that inflation was going to start to become very, very persistent. Now, I do want to be clear, and that was the last inflation report the group had when we made our estimates on November 9th. I believe it was November 10th when the October CPI report came out. That report was not quite as bad and came in a little lower than the kind of national consensus expectations, and some of that widening of inflation started to slow down quite a bit in the October one, so maybe it doesn't seem quite as bad. However, the way that CPI is calculated, specifically as it relates to housing costs, has a necessary lag in it. It is hard for them to capture those in real time. And the other thing, since it is a consumption inflation, it does not try to capture the growth rates of real estate, which is, of course, a major contributor to housing costs, in terms of the asset price. It tries to only capture the growth of the consumption price, because when you buy a house, you've kind of got two things that you're buying: the asset of the real estate, but also the service of having a place to live. When you are renting a house, you're only buying the service of renting a place to live. And so the CPI doesn't actually try to really capture the asset of the real estate increasing over time. It really focuses on the cost of the service of shelter. And so it uses a term called owner's equivalent of rent. That has a lag period in it from when you see house prices increase on the market. It's really 6 to 12 months before that gets all the way into the CPI numbers. And of course, shelter, for most people, is a major component of what you spend your money on, such that in grand total, everything that rolls into shelter, I think, is almost 33% of the CPIU basket. The kind of owner's equivalent of rent piece of it is a little less than 25% of the CPIU basket. But because of that lag, that is actually going to provide upward pressure on inflation for the next several months, even if other things do start to come down in price. And so for that reason alone, CPI isn't going to come crashing in these next couple of months, even if other areas of the economy do start to pull back on their kind of annualized inflation. The shelter component of it, having that lag and being such a big piece of the basket of goods that makes up the CPI, almost provides a floor for what you're going to see in CPI over the coming months. And so for that reason alone, we think in the near term, we think our forecast for inflation to persist is pretty solid. Obviously, in the out term, it kind of reflects, it does reflect almost a philosophy of how effective do we think that the Federal Reserve's rate hikes are going to be in pulling in inflation. And I think that we are a little bit more pessimistic than maybe the national consensus in terms of how effective those will be, but I don't think we're sharply more pessimistic than the national consensus. We're not outside of the realm of the bounds of that consensus range by any means. And so this reflects that we think at this point, kind of those inflationary pressures are pretty well embedded, at least in the near and somewhat medium term, before these rate hikes that the Federal Reserve has started to implement will really have their effect in getting inflation all the way back down. I hope that is helpful for that question.
Yes, that was an excellent answer, and I asked that question knowing that no one has a crystal ball.
Yeah.
But I was just curious what the discussion was regarding inflation. Similar, I was curious what the discussion was surrounding the Apex legislation. We did have one company take advantage of that. If I remember that legislation correctly, it's still open. There could be another company that, if there was one, could possibly apply for that. Just curious with the one company that has taken advantage of that. Has there been some discussions with them? And again, I know there's no crystal ball, but looking forward at tax policy, is there anything in that Apex legislation that could really affect negatively? I understand you guys have probably discussed at length the speed at which that company would progress as far as building and employees and things like that, and how that would impact the refunds and the incentives that were offered in that. But just give us a little bit more in-depth discussion on the Apex.
Sure. So the first thing about Apex is, yes, it is possible for a second Apex agreement to be entered into, which would have the effect on reducing state receipts for both the cost of that incentive itself, but also the impact of a second 0.5% rate reduction on the corporate income tax receipt. These estimates do not have any second agreement factored into them at all. The way the group that is provided for by law, we're supposed to kind of utilize current law as currently being interpreted. If there had been an announcement of a second agreement, we would have folded something into it. But we don't have anything in here for that possibility, and that it is certainly a possibility that could have downside in terms of these receipts. Unless that happens very, very quickly, it seems likely that that most of the impact of that would be outside of this forecast period, though. The second agreement probably wouldn't start to have a material impact until fiscal 24. That being said, we do have as I mentioned, a 0.5% rate reduction for the corporate income tax rate, going down from kind of the effective rate of 7% to 6.5%, beginning in tax year 2024. That has about a half year's impact on fiscal 2024. I think that we reduced the receipts by about $24-25 million attributable to that. So that's only a half year's impact of that rate cut, and it's only the kind of estimated portion of it. The estimated tax portion of it. We also do have reduced receipts associated with the investment tax credit piece, specifically of the Apex agreement. We wrestled with the exact trying to time that impact, and that was difficult. The group is happy to admit we don't know the exact timing of when the impact of that investment tax credit would be. That being said, we did factor some of it into fiscal 23. I don't want to say the exact numbers just because I don't have them in front of me, but I can follow up on exactly what we folded in. But then getting kind of the full impact of it beginning in fiscal 24. And so I believe that, and I do think that in discussions here, there's a chance that none of that will start to show up until fiscal 24. It really depends upon Panasonic's individual tax filings, and that's the sort of taxpayer confidentiality limited information that the Department of Revenue is just not able to tell us, like, yes, Panasonic has a positive tax liability that they're going to be zeroing out, and then in the immediate future, or they're going to have to wait until they file their return. That's just the sort of taxpayer confidentiality the group is not permitted to have, because the Department of Revenue by statute, and I believe that's both state and federal statute, is the only portion of the group that can have access to that sort of sensitive taxpayer information. And so we don't know the exact timing of it for that issue. It also depends upon exactly when. I mean, even Department of Revenue can't know perfectly, because it's the ball's kind of in Panasonic's court in terms of when to exactly file that for the timing of it. I mean, the dollar amount is specified by the agreement that was entered into, or the percent of investment amount, but the timing of it, it's really Panasonic kind of controls that. It's just the reality of it. And so we did factor in kind of a first tranche of that refundable investment tax credit impacting fiscal year 2023, and then a second tranche of the first wave of the investment tax credit, and a first tranche of kind of a second wave of the investment tax credit taking effect in fiscal 24. So we do have reduced receipts associated with that for both years, but it's quite a bit larger in fiscal 24.
Okay, thank you for that, Eddie. Yes, follow up from Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have Apex on my list of questions also. I would ask a couple of other items to that, too. That legislation is refundable, And could you give us a complete breakdown when you give the estimates of what's in 2023 that you said you were going to provide? Also with a line item breakdown so that legislators can understand what they did in that, so that they can see that we could be writing a check to this company. And that I would also ask that you include in that, so we get the big picture, the benefits that were included from county and local governments so that they see the overall picture. My understanding is it's not just a $1 billion price tag with the state, but it also has a lot of local incentives too. And it's still at an estimated 4,000 jobs to be created. Is that correct?
That is the number that the group understood to be the estimate at the time of our estimates. We didn't have any sort of inside information as it relates to this. We were basically operating under the same sort of publicly available information that is out there for everyone.
Yeah, so I would like the consideration of the breakdown. When we did the math last year, it was approximately $250,000 per job being created of state tax dollars. I just want the big picture so that we see it. The reason, so the committee understands, I've heard rumblings of another possible Apex bill, a follow-up. And obviously, they're trying to get other companies to apply for it, which could actually come in before the 2024 if the secretary signs off on it. So we've got a lot of unknowns out here as a result of this. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The only thing that I would say there is on that, the refundable investment tax credit, I won't be able to provide because I'm not permitted to know whether or not that will function in the effect of reducing a positive liability for the company downwards, or if it would function in making an existing zero tax liability for the company negative and resulting in the state sending out a refund. I just won't, it's not possible for, that information can't be disclosed to me and it can't be publicly disclosed. That's the sort of information that is protected by taxpayer confidentiality laws. But the amount of the incentive itself, I think, can be provided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any way through legislation, since it is taxpayer money and transparency, openness, that we could pass legislation that would open that up so that we could actually see the dollar amount? I mean, legislators need to see the ripple effect of the laws that we create, whether it be good or bad. We want to know the results going forward, working on future legislation.
I will have to follow up and get back to you. I'm just not prepared to speak to exactly what can be done as far as that goes off the top of my head.
Thank you, Senator Tyson. I think that's an excellent point, and we will look into that. I know we're running a little bit behind, but I just had a couple other quick questions. Quickly, you mentioned the Budget Stabilization Fund, and I didn't know if you had these numbers handy, but where do we stand currently on a balance? And I know, is there a formula in place to where if we exceed revenue estimates, there's a mandated transfer that goes into that? I can't remember exactly what that language is, but.
So the current balance of that is very close to $1 billion, and that is one of the funds that by law gets to retain its own interest. And so it's growing by about $1 million a month right now, just by virtue of its own interest, the interest on that balance. I know that there is some provision in statute in terms of, to the extent that the final actual receipts exceed the final adjusted estimate, 1/2 of that margin is transferred on the last day of the fiscal year into that fund. What I can't speak to definitively is if that is the default position, or if that's something that the legislature kind of has to toggle on every year on kind of an annual basis. But that is kind of written into the statute. I just don't know if the default is yes or the default is no, and it has to be manually switched on. But I'll provide that information as well.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember what the trigger was there for sure. But and the last thing, you mentioned the prepaid sales tax, the impact of that legislation. I know when we were discussing that, there was a lot of ambiguity. We didn't really know. Do we have any more solid numbers on that to know what the true impact was?
Yeah, the department was able to provide us an update for that. You might remember that the July estimates for sales and use tax, the actuals came in well above the estimates. And some of that was that the estimated impact of that provision, the actual impact of it did not come in as high as the estimated impact. So the numbers that we used in these estimates incorporated $75 million of reduced state general fund sales tax receipts, and I believe $18 million of reduced state general fund use tax receipts attributable to that. And both of those numbers are a little bit lower than the numbers we were using when we put together the final adjusted estimates last June.
Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have any idea how much lower?
Because
those, yeah, it was a pretty big deal. We were trying to get the legislation passed. People were trying to stop it because they said the fiscal note was too high. And so it helps, again, going forward, so we have a basis of those estimates and that we can extrapolate better data.
Yeah, I'll be able to provide that. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Thank you. Committee, are there any further questions? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the second portion.
Don't think that's the correct. No, don't put that up. That's not what I'm trying to share. I'm struggling to get the right application open. Share, oh, here. All right, go ahead and that should be good. Okay, the next kind of item on the agenda that I'm just the first speaker of several on for the committee is the income taxation of Social Security and retirement income. I'm going to primarily focus on what the current Kansas law is and what the recent legislative proposals have been. I believe later conferees will kind of give you some advice on this topic and then also provide you with some current fiscal estimates associated with this topic. But that just if you have interest in those, don't ask me for them because they're coming. So as an overview, I'll first talk briefly about federal taxation of Social Security benefits because that's kind of necessary to understand the Kansas taxation of Social Security benefits. Then I'll talk about the Kansas taxation of Social Security benefits. Then in just a few words, I don't actually have a slide for it, I'll talk about taxation of retirement benefits, and then a little summary of some recent legislative proposals regarding Kansas Social Security taxation and recent legislative proposals regarding Kansas retirement income taxation. So first, the federal taxation of Social Security benefits. Prior to 1983, from the inception of the Social Security program, Social Security benefits had been entirely exempt from federal income taxation. This sort of topic for a tax committee at the state level would not have come up at all. There was legislation in 1983, I believe it used this as kind of a pay-for some other tax cuts at the federal level that provided for kind of an income-based taxation of potentially up to 50% of Social Security benefits. That was a kind of a sliding scale provision. Once a taxpayer eclipsed a certain income level, some fraction of their benefits became taxable as their income continued to exist. That fraction increased, but then it did hit a cap of 50% of their Social Security benefits being taxable. In 1993, and that's U.S. Congress, federal legislation. In 1993, the Congress once again visited this topic and provided for taxation of up to 85% of Social Security benefits. I believe in essence what they did there was they extended the sliding scale that already existed from 10 years prior to where now it didn't cap at 50%, it capped at 85%. But conceptually, it still worked the exact same way. This is year-old data, and so there's probably a slight a modest inflation adjustment to be made to this. But generally speaking, for married filers, if their combined joint income is under $32,000, They have no tax on their Social Security income. The sliding scale then goes upwards towards $44,000, and at that point, it could result in up to 85% of their Social Security benefits being taxable. And the Social Security Administration indicates that approximately 40% of people who receive Social Security benefits pay some income tax on those benefits. So at the federal level, the tax policy already excludes about 60% of taxpayers from paying any income tax on their Social Security benefits. From 1983 through the 1993 changes and then on to 2007, Kansas just directly piggybacked off of the federal government in terms of its income taxation of Social Security benefits. If it was taxable at the federal level, it was taxable at the state level, and it just kind of flowed through exactly the same way that any other income does. In 2007, Senate substitute for House Bill 2031 changed that and provided for a subtraction modification effectively exempting Social Security income for certain taxpayers. That bill had other provisions in it as well. Just so everybody knows that wasn't literally the only item in that bill. The threshold was set at, I believe, $50,000 for tax year 2007, and then immediately went up to $75,000 for tax year 2008, and has stayed at that level since then. And so the $75,000 threshold, it basically functions where if a taxpayer's income is 70, is it less than or less than equal? It's less than or equal to. So if it's $75,000 of total federal adjusted gross income, the taxpayer pays no income tax on their Social Security benefits. If they have $75,001 of federal adjusted gross income, all of their federally taxable Social Security benefits, which don't make up necessarily 100% of their federal benefits, but whatever is federally taxable immediately becomes fully taxable at the state level. And that is true for single filers, for married joint filers, head of household filers. All filer types have the same threshold where $1 over results in it all becoming taxable. And that was enacted in a single bill in 2007 and has been unchanged since that time. However, it has not been unexamined since that time. This is something that the legislature has looked at kind of on and off, I think, several times from that period to the present, and has looked at repeatedly in the last 3 years. In 2020, the Senate had two bills that would have changed that taxation. One of them would have quite simply exempted all Social Security benefits. The other from Kansas individual income tax. The other one would have doubled the threshold for joint filers. So the threshold would have been $75,000, remained at $75,000 for single filers, gone up to $150,000 for married joint filers. The Senate committee actually then passed out one of those two bills. Off the top of my head, I don't remember which of them, and it did not quite double the threshold for joint filers, but it did increase it to kind of begin to address that issue up to $100,000. That same year, the House Taxation Committee examined a couple of different bills. It actually had one bill, 2542, that would have done exactly what the Senate committee did do, which was increase the threshold to $100,000. It also had a second bill that would have kind of eliminated that $75,000 cliff, but it would have eliminated it via 10 stair steps or 10 smaller cliffs, depending upon your point of view there, kind of every $1,000 a 10% step down rather than every one big 100% step down. None of those bills became law. In 2021, Senate Bill 22, which was a Senate Committee of the Whole amendment, and then House Bill 2106, which was again a Senate Committee of the Whole amendment, both would have just fully exempted Social Security benefits from Kansas income taxation. 2022, and that was the entirety of the legislating on this topic in 2021. In 2022, the House Tax Committee looked at House Bill 2727. In its original incarnation, it closely resembled House Bill 2020, or maybe was identical to House Bill 2567 from 2020, where it had eliminated the cliff but replaced it with 10 smaller cliffs. It was then modified by the House Tax Committee and recommended for passage by that committee with a linear transition formula that kind of provided for a smoothing all the way down from $75,000 to $85,000 where the Social Security benefits became taxable in a gradual fashion over that range of income. And then the conference committee on House Bill 2597, the tax conference, considered and recommended a provision related to this also that would have eliminated the cliff, replaced it with a linear transition formula that was initially identical to House Bill 2727, but then in each successive tax year moved that upper bound of that range outwards by, I believe, $5,000, such that it was 75 to 85 in year one, 75 to 90 in year two, 75 to 95 in year two, to where, 20 years from now, it almost would have been to a point where virtually all Social Security was probably being exempted by virtue of that linear transition. But in the near term, it kind of would have been a progressive exemption of the income. That was in that conference committee report that did pass the Senate, I believe on the last day of session, and was not taken up by the House, which I believe had adjourned before the message was conveyed that the Senate had passed the bill. So that is kind of the recent Kansas proposals regarding Social Security. I do want to just very briefly, in a few words, touch base on the federal taxation of retirement income. Generally speaking, income tax is either paid on the way in or on the way out, but not both. That's the nutshell version of federal taxation of retirement income. The reality is there's just too many different types of federal retirement accounts for me to quickly walk through them in a presentation like this. But Kansas just entirely piggybacks for most retirement income on the federal level, the big exception being public sector retirements, which are taxed differently in Kansas. I could go into the details of that, but we are running a little bit behind, and it would warrant its own kind of full slide to probably explain all of that. But in recent years, the legislature has looked at various proposals regarding retirement income. In 2021, Senate Bill 22, this was once again the Senate Committee of the Whole version, would have exempted all employer-sponsored plan retirement income from Kansas income tax, all federally taxable employer-sponsored plan. Later, Senate Bill 46 was introduced, and the Senate Committee on Assessment and Taxation kicked out House Bill 2106, both of which would have exempted all federally taxable retirement income. Those did not include that employer-sponsored kind of limitation. And then in 2022, once again, the tax conference on House Bill 2597 took up this issue and would have provided for an exemption of the first $2,000 for single filers or $4,000 for joint filers of retirement plan income, and then it would have provided for that amount, that $2,000 and $4,000 amount, to be annually increased with the Federal Internal Revenue Code's cost of living adjustment. And as I mentioned before, 2597 was passed by the Senate but not taken up by the House. And I believe that is all I had to say on this topic. Would happily stand for questions, but I do think most of the questions on the policy here are probably better addressed by later conferees. So.
Thank you, Eddie. Committee, are there any questions? Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eddie. I would ask that we get a breakdown of the public retirement plans, actually all of them, if you could, the data that you have, not all the plans, just the data that you have, including the Kansas Republic. Sure. I'm not sure everybody's aware that there is a group of retirements and capers that do not pay going in, and they do not pay coming out.
Yeah.
And so I think that needs to be aware when we're making our decisions going forward. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so, and Eddie, correct me here if I'm wrong, has legislative research ever handed out to the tax committee some sort of a demographic of what our current Kansas retiree looks like? And I guess what I'm looking for is that when you talk about tax policy for retirees, what I'm interested in is basically, I want to know basically, first of all, how many Kansas retirees are out there? And I want to get some sort of sense, some sort of macro aggregation, whatever it basis, how many basically just have Social Security only? How many have maybe like Social Security and some sort of formal private company pension? How many maybe have, the separate public accounts? I also want to know how many basically retirement taxpayers we have. And these are going to be the ones with a lot more income coming in, how much, they have as far as, retirement income, from their own financial investments. I want to get a sense of basically people per those slices, because that'll really help me kind of hone in on at least making some thoughts on where I'd like to go.
Okay, I don't believe we ever have handed anything like that out. I believe we could probably work with the Department of Revenue to get something close to that. I don't know that we'd be able to get exactly that with good firm tax data. We'd probably have to do some extrapolations from some external data sources to get to some of that. And the reason for that is that at the federal level, retirement income is basically reported all on a single line on the 1040. And so we have some taxpayer data as it relates to that we could probably, compare the distribution of that combined with some distribution of Social Security income at the Kansas level, that sort of thing. But I don't know that we'll be able to parse out neatly, at least, the demographic type information for employer-sponsored versus individual retirement account sort of data without really just making a lot of assumptions. So we can work with the Department of Revenue on that, but I don't know exactly how precise we'll be able to be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any further questions? Yes, Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eddie, just a question too. There's a group, as the senator was just talking about, that maybe some information would be helpful on to the group that is collecting Social Security only, but is having to have another job to be able to make all their ends meet. And I think that information too, if you could provide, the number of people or information on that group of people, that we would be able to help with also.
Yeah. I'll discuss with the Department of Revenue exactly how we can parse that out. But certainly we can get, Social Security income plus wage income.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll let Eddie take a break here and welcome our next conferee. I'd like to welcome Catherine Lawhead. She is a senior policy analyst with the Tax Foundation, and she is joining us virtually. Catherine, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate the chance to testify virtually today. My name is Catherine Lawhead. I am a senior policy analyst at the Tax Foundation, where I specialize in state tax policy. And for those who might not be very familiar with the Tax Foundation, we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit tax policy research organization, and we have been around since 1937 to advance sound tax policy at the state, federal, and international levels. So our state tax policy team is familiar with and follows state tax policy developments in all 50 states. And you may be familiar with our work because in December of 2019, we published a 140-page tax reform options guide for Kansas. So we've been pretty involved in the state in recent years. So today, my goal is to provide insight into how Kansas could better align its treatment of Social Security benefits and other retirement income with the principles of sound tax policy, as well as to provide a national perspective on this issue. So first, I will comment on the ideal tax treatment of Social Security benefits and retirement income more broadly, and then I will highlight a couple of the issues with Kansas' current treatment of Social Security benefits, specifically the tax cliff and marriage penalty. And then I'll discuss some options for improvement, including highlighting some examples from other states. So to start, under a neutral tax code, retirement income, including Social Security benefits, would be treated like ordinary income for income tax purposes. What I mean by this is that if a state levies an individual income tax on wage and salary income, that tax should be consistent in its application to other forms of income, including Social Security benefits and other forms of retirement income, such as pension income and income from 401ks and individual retirement accounts or IRAs. And that's because Social Security at its most basic level was designed to require workers to set aside a portion of their earnings during their working years to ensure they have their basic needs met during their non-working years. So for tax purposes, Social Security benefits should be treated similarly to deferred income that is put in an IRA or 401k and then accessed in retirement. Earnings that are set aside in an IRA or 401k are either taxed on the way in, as is the case with a Roth IRA or Roth 401k, or they are taxed on the way out, which is the case with a traditional IRA or 401k. If Social Security benefits are withheld during a person's working years to be more or less returned during their retirement, that income is not subject to income taxes when it is withheld, so it should be subject to any applicable state income taxes when it is distributed. And that is why, as Mr. Penner mentioned earlier, up to 85% of a taxpayer's Social Security benefits are taxed by the federal government, and why they should likewise be subject to taxation in states that have an income tax. Taxing some forms of income but not others departs from the principle of neutrality. And neutrality is a principle of sound tax policy that many economists generally agree state governments should try to adhere to when they're making their tax policy decisions. So there are 13 states, including Kansas, that tax Social Security benefits in some instances but not others. And then there are 27 states plus the District of Columbia that maintain a more non-neutral policy of imposing an individual income tax but exempting Social Security benefits fully. And then there are 9 states that are in the more ideal position of not taxing Social Security benefits by virtue of not levying a broad-based individual income tax on wage or salary income at all. So short of adopting the more neutral policy of fully including Social Security benefits in the calculation of taxable income, Kansas could improve its tax structure by converting the current tax cliff into a more gradual exemption phase out and by reducing or eliminating the marriage penalty. And as Mr. Penner mentioned earlier, under current Kansas tax law, Social Security benefits are mostly taxable for some residents and they're fully tax exempt for others. And whether a Social Security recipient's benefits are taxable depends on the taxpayer's combined income, including income from Social Security, but also from other sources like a job, an IRA or 401k, rental income, or other forms of investment income. So when a Kansas resident has more than $75,000 in total combined federal adjusted gross income from Social Security and other sources, all of that taxpayer Social Security benefits that are taxable by the federal government are also taxable by the state. So that's up to 85% of their total benefits. So when a Kansas resident has $75,000 or less in total combined federal AGI from all sources, including from Social Security benefits, none of that person's Social Security benefits are taxable in Kansas. And this sharp threshold creates a steep tax cliff where one additional dollar of income can result in significantly higher tax liability. So for example, if you take a single filer who collects the maximum Social Security benefit that is available to someone retiring at full retirement income this year, so that's $3,345 per month or $40,140 a year, if that taxpayer has $75,000 in income, including Social Security benefits, by our calculations, earning one additional dollar of income would subject them to $1,271 in additional Kansas income tax liability, just from going from $75,000 to $75,001 in federal adjusted gross income. So tax cliffs like this one create some fairness concerns because there is no good reason why two taxpayers with only $1 difference in income should have such a stark difference in state tax liability. And tax cliffs like this are also distortive in that they can influence people to make economically inefficient decisions or to make decisions for tax purposes that they might not make otherwise. For example, taxpayers with income near that $75,000 threshold have an incentive to keep their income below the threshold to receive the full tax exemption. And on the margin, this can cause some taxpayers to go out of their way to limit the income they bring in a given year, such as by working fewer hours if they still choose to work, taking fewer distributions from their retirement accounts, or modifying their timing of their investment decisions. For example, a policy like this could discourage an older small business owner from continuing to be involved in his or her business after reaching full retirement age, despite a desire to continue working. Or it could penalize them for not choosing to divest from the business. And ideally, a well-designed tax code shouldn't discourage people from pursuing things that are important to them. It shouldn't discourage people from continuing to work if they want to continue working after full retirement age. And while these outcomes certainly weren't policymakers' intention when this policy was enacted, they are nevertheless some of the unintended consequences that can result from it. And these unintended consequences, especially when they occur year after year, run counter to policymakers' broader goals of helping to maximize productivity and maximize economic growth in Kansas. So one reform option worth considering would be to consider converting the tax cliff into a more gradual phase out of the tax exemption. Now, under a phase-out system, some taxpayers would still have their benefits fully taxable, while others' benefits would be fully exempt. But a phase-out would solve the problem of one additional dollar of income, creating potentially $1,200 or more in additional tax liability. Two states that do this and that phase out the exemption for those with income above a certain level are Minnesota and Vermont. And both of these states have a graduated system of exemptions that kick in gradually and reduce the percentage of benefits that are subject to taxation. Now, the second issue with Kansas' $75,000 threshold is that it contains a significant marriage penalty in that the threshold is $75,000 regardless of filing status, whether single or married. And this means many taxpayers who would qualify for the tax exemption based on their own personal income, including their Social Security benefits, are disqualified for the benefit because they are married to someone who also has their own income, including Social Security benefits. And this can easily cause a married couple's combined income to exceed the threshold, even if neither spouse's own Social Security benefits and other income exceeds $75,000 on their own. So a more neutral policy here would increase or even double the threshold for married couples filing jointly to prevent situations in which a person's marital status is the only thing that is disqualifying them from the tax exemption. And among the 10 states besides Kansas that have an income-based system of exemptions for Social Security or an income-based Social Security tax exemption or phase-out threshold, all of those 10 states increase the threshold for married couples filing jointly. So Kansas is an outlier in this front. Now, North Dakota and West Virginia both have $50,000 thresholds, and both states double their thresholds to $100,000 for married couples filing jointly. And Utah's threshold for married couples is 2/3 higher than for single filers. Meanwhile, New Mexico's is 50% higher, Nebraska's is 35% higher, Vermont's is 30% higher, and Minnesota's is 20% higher. And Connecticut, like Kansas, has a $75,000 threshold for single filers, but raises that threshold by 25% to $100,000 for joint filers. And then we have Rhode Island with a threshold increase of 25% for married filers, and Missouri at 18%. So in Kansas, modifying the threshold to make it vary based on filing status could reduce or eliminate that marriage penalty and make Kansas less of an outlier on this front. Now, converting the tax cliff into a gradual phase out and reducing or eliminating the marriage penalty could be done in either a revenue negative or a revenue positive way. For example, by simply doubling the exemption to $150,000 for married couples and having that exemption phase down rather than drop off completely, that would cost a substantial amount of revenue. However, lowering the phase-out threshold so only the lowest income individuals qualify for the exemption could be done in a revenue positive way. But since tax increases are usually met with some resistance, one option policymakers could consider there would be to adopt a more revenue positive change in tandem with broader tax reductions to the individual income tax as a whole, such as reductions to overall income tax rates, especially that top marginal rate of 5.7%, which is higher than the rates in most of Kansas neighboring states. And this would broaden the tax base to make it more in line with the ideal neutral structure, while also lowering the rate, which would create a more competitive and structurally sound tax code. So there are a variety of paths forward that policymakers could consider. And while I'm not here to propose a specific solution today, we at the Tax Foundation are happy to continue to be a resource as policymakers give thoughts to the various options. And in closing, I just want to express my appreciation to this committee for your interest in this issue and for the chance to speak with you virtually today. And I welcome any questions you may have.
Catherine, thank you so much for your testimony today. Committee, are there any questions? Senator Holland. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Catherine, thanks so much for being here today. Let's kind of walk through the Social Security life cycle. So today, who basically can participate in Social Security as a worker? What types of workers?
Well, are you talking about someone who earns income while also collecting Social Security benefits? Is that what you're getting at, Senator?
I basically, what I'm trying to say is basically who, because of their job duties, pays into Social Security? Who's part of that system? I mean, we talk about, obviously workers in the private sector, right? Their employers are required through FICA contributions, correct, basically to put in. That's their Social Security contribution, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but say like certain public employees, they're not part of the Social Security system, correct?
Correct. I believe that's correct. You know, I'm not an expert on Social Security more broadly. I can speak mostly to
Okay,
the
so, and where I'm going with this is because I want to get at some things. You can tell me if I've got some incorrect thinking here or not. What is basically in Social Security, as far as the worker's income amount, what's the maximum that basically they're going to take off to pay for that work into the Social Security program? What's the annual salary limit?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, I think at one time it was 127,000. I'm sure our lobbyists in the background there will know what it is. But from a payroll perspective, I do believe that basically your contributions or your payments into that are capped at a certain wage limit. Are you familiar with that or not?
Unfortunately, I'm not, Senator.
Okay, let me ask you this question then. Do you know this question? Can you basically get out of the payroll, the Social Security system, more than you've contributed to as an employee for those job positions that we're paying into it?
You could.
You can. Okay. Okay. So I guess here's where I'm kind of going with this, Mr. Chairman. As far as it comes to Social Security, I am very interested in addressing the cliff issue. That's a real problem to me for people who have paid into Social Security. Particularly for those who are seniors who don't have other additional sources of income, I think it's imperative that they get access to those funds. I do like the idea about, addressing any sort of, if there's marriage penalties, that we double that. But I guess what I'm kind of honing in on here is that you talk about we want to treat all income the same, a level playing field, or we get basically our seniors, bad actors, they try to avoid, reporting of their income or whatever it is. I guess what I'm wondering is there a case to be made that for our seniors who are retired, they truly have no other sources of income? Is there a public policy decision here or perspective that says, for those seniors who truly have no other sources of income, it may behoove the state or whatever taxing entity not to tax any of that income versus, say, a separate wealthy retiree that has had the benefit and privilege of participating in other exotic financial instruments with other sources of income that basically worker that has not had access to. Is there any sort of public policy argument that says we should maybe be less concerned about taxing Social Security benefits of wealthy individuals versus not maybe want to give more relief to those who truly need that? Can you speak to that at all, please?
Yes, Senator, I think that's why Kansas and other states do have the systems like they do now, trying to address the progressivity element there, making sure that those benefits are exempt for those who are most in need. And, they are taxable for those who have higher income, but that's, not always the case. There are plenty of people who are taxed currently who aren't necessarily wealthy by any means. And there is the argument that the tax code shouldn't be favoring some types of income over others.
Okay, thank you. And I would just conclude, Mr. Chairman, that I love the concept of the level playing field. It doesn't exist. It never will. It's always geared for the special interests and the rich and the privileged and the bigger corporations. And I just think we need to recognize that when it comes to determining retirement income, that not everybody's in the same financial boat. Thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate the comments. I do think that a level playing field is attainable, and I am going to continue to make that a goal for the Kansas tax structure. You made a couple of comments. Thank you for your presentation. One of the comments that you talked about was the fact that the individuals did not pay taxes going in on the Social Security, but they're paying it on the return money. And my concern is if some individuals would have had that money available to themselves, or even if it would have been in a self-directed type of account, they could have had a better return on their investments than just sitting in a Social Security type program. So I could see the incentive to remove taxes just for that reason, to help get back as much as possible to all taxpayers that are under Social Security. Would you have a comment to that?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator Tyson. That is a good point about, the relative pros and cons of the Social Security system versus saving in an IRA or 401k. And, I think that speaks to the Social Security system as being designed as a safety net, but that, we should also be contributing toward retirement in a variety of other ways. So, those who are doing so in a responsible fashion, a lot of them will have a substantial amount of retirement income coming out every year. And because of that, they'll be subject to taxation here. So, certainly if we weren't contributing to Social Security, we would all have more income that we could be saving or using in other ways. And, I'm not here to talk about the Social Security system more broadly. There's a lot of other people who can critique that, but from the tax perspective, you do raise a good concern about the uses of our money and the different, trade-offs there about, when we're spending more on taxes, we have less to contribute to our own retirement in the ways we so choose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My point was just being that they would have more money in outgoing, and it also, the next question would follow up with that. You mentioned that it discourages work because of that $75,000 threshold. And I would think that all the committee members, we definitely made an attempt, a great attempt, to address this last year and in previous years. And my concern is, you said that discourages people from working, but if there's any type of income tax on Social Security that has it plays into it and discourages people at different levels to not work. We engineer behavior through our tax structure. I know that sounds cold, but I'm an engineer by trade, and when we write tax policy, we get results of people's activity. And so we need to be very cautious of that. And that's why I support removing state income tax completely on Social Security in Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, are there any further questions? Representative Miller.
Not being a member of the Standing Taxation Committee, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't paying as close of attention to this cliff issue as others. What was the demise of that legislation? I understand it was moving through.
If I remember correctly, and Chairwoman Tyson can correct me if I speak out of turn, but I believe it was in a CCR. As you remember, last year we had very few tax bills come across the floor, so there were a lot of bills that ended up in conference committee reports. I think Eddie told us it was 2597 was the last bill that contained some of these. It was eliminating that cliff. I don't remember that it did anything with the marriage penalty.
Yes.
Did it? Okay, I couldn't.
You got rid of the cliff, and we did the gradual
Okay.
removing it completely.
But yes, it effectively got put in a conference committee report that the House adjourned. The Senate had passed that. The House adjourned before we got that back over from the Senate.
More or less a matter of running out of time, or were there political problems? I know it's a tough question.
I won't speculate on that because I think there were more provisions in that CCR than just the Social Security. So I can't remember how many provisions there were in that one, but it could have been a little bit of both.
Thank you.
Okay. Catherine, I just had one quick question or an observation maybe. One of your last points you have in your testimony to broaden the base and lower the rate, that sums up quite succinctly my personal view on taxes, whether it's sales tax or income tax. I would love to do that in Kansas, but I understand also that we have to be mindful of our neighboring states and what the tax code looks like in other areas, maybe not necessarily our neighboring states. There's also an attraction to go to Florida for some reason. Maybe the weather's a little nicer down there. But I guess my question is, has the Tax Foundation done any research on how the tax structure impacts behavior when people retire? Do you see a mass influx to certain states? Do certain states, because of their tax policy, appear to lose a lot of their retirees or a certain population? I know there's certainly examples. I have friends of mine that have moved to different states for certain reasons as they retire. So I know it happens, but as a state overall, there's also people that move into states. I'm just curious if the Tax Foundation has done any research to whether, specifically regarding the retirement tax policy, does that impact behavior?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have done most of our research on the movements of individuals more broadly, so we haven't studied specifically the impact of the tax code on retirees. But like with, the taxation of individuals more broadly and how high tax states can discourage people from living there, and low or no income tax states are the ones that are consistently getting the most inbound migration year after year. I think that also applies to a lot of retirees, especially those who know that they are going to still be subject to the income tax in some fashion. There can be an incentive to move to a state where you're not going to face income taxes at all, or it'll be at a low rate. It just depends on any one person's given situation, but the tax code can certainly have an impact, especially, toward when you're in retirement and toward the end of your life and you're thinking about your assets and what you want to do with those. People do really look at the tax code at that stage of life a lot more than they might earlier on.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, follow-up question, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Catherine, thank you for your comments. The Tax Foundation testified in front of I think it was the Senate Tax Committee several years ago, and they had the complete opposite attitude that, in fact, they encouraged Kansas to increase taxes. I was so disappointed at that time. But for your awareness to know that it does impact people's behavior, whether they move in and out of certain states or other items, that is so refreshing to hear the Tax Foundation, because I had lost a lot of confidence in your organization, and you're gaining that back now. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any further questions? Seeing none, Catherine, thanks once again for joining us today and providing your input on this topic.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, we will move right along into our next conferee. That would be Kathleen Smith with the Kansas Department of Revenue. And I believe her materials are being passed out at the moment.
Yes, yes, they are.
Committee, the top sheet there with the red and black on it is for this presentation, and then immediately following, we'll dive into the next two pieces.
Okay, okay.
I've got that one. Yeah, I've got it. Okay, does everyone have a copy of the one-page Social Security benefits document? Looks like we do. You may proceed, Kathleen. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Vice Chairwoman Tyson, and members of the committee. My name is Kathleen Smith with the Department of Revenue. We were asked to provide several different scenarios, estimated fiscal impacts for those several different scenarios. And you should have a sheet in front of you labeled Special Committee on Taxation, November 18th, 2022, starting with Social Security benefits, and then retirement is at the bottom of that. So that's kind of what I'm going to be going over. One thing that you should know for each one of these is that we started with an effective tax year of 2023. So in fiscal year 2024, you're going to see 100% of tax year 2023 and 30% of tax year 2024. And then in fiscal year 2025, you'd see 70% of the rest of tax year 2024, and then 30% of tax year 2025. So you're going to see a little bit of bump in that first year in which it comes into place, and then it levels out. So the first estimate that we were asked to provide for you was the estimated cost currently of what we have for our Social Security benefit modification. And as Eddie explained, right now, those individuals that have income, federal adjusted gross income of $75,000 or less will not have their Social Security benefits taxed. So right now, the current cost of our Social Security benefit modification is in number 1 under Social Security benefits. We've got a $31 million expenditure for each year. It will increase each year, but it's around $31 million at this point. The number 2 provision that we ran for you was the cost of smoothing the cliff or the linear transition method, and we went from $75,000 to $85,000. And if you will recall, Eddie's already covered that. I think it was in 2 different bills last year, and I was looking at House Bill 2727 from last year. And it has this distribution or this transition model that we have to follow. And it looks difficult, but it is pretty simple if taxpayers are able to follow it. But we have an estimated impact in fiscal year 2024. If we smooth that cliff from $75,000 to $85,000 in fiscal year 2024, the cost is negative $8.63 million. Fiscal year 2025, $6.85, and fiscal year 2026, $7.06. And I think when we ran it in 2022, we thought that maybe 14,000 taxpayers may be impacted by that. The third scenario that we were asked to run was to increase the federal adjusted gross income threshold for married filing joint to 150,000, or more or less remove the marriage penalty. As you will recall, like Eddie spoke, for the 75,000, that applies to all filers, single, married filing joint, head of household, and separate. So we would raise the threshold for married filing joint to 150,000. We have an impact in fiscal year 2024 of 81.3 million, fiscal year 2025, 64.5, and fiscal year 2026, 66.5. And when we were looking at this scenario, it impacts maybe less than 50,000 filers. The last scenario that we ran for Social Security benefits was to fully exempt the Social Security benefits for all taxpayers. So for fiscal year 2024, we've got an estimate of 147.6, fiscal year 2025, 117.2, and fiscal year 2026, 120.7. If we move on down to other retirement, we were asked also to run a couple different scenarios. The first one that we ran was to exempt the first $2,000 of retirement income. This does not include Social Security for single head of household and married filing separate, and then the first $4,000 for the married filing joint. That estimate I have for you on number one under other retirement is for fiscal year 2024 is 42.1. Fiscal year 2025 was 33.5, and fiscal year 2026 was 34.5. And then we also ran another scenario in number two for exempting the first 5,000 for single head of household and married filing separate, and then the first 10,000 for married filing joint. And the estimated impact that we have for fiscal year 2024 was 88.9, for 2025 was 69.1, and for fiscal year 2026, 69.8. And then the last scenario that we were asked to provide was to just exempt all of the retirement benefits. And again, it does not include the Social Security because that's up in number 4 above. The estimated impact of exempting all of the retirement benefits for fiscal year 2024 was 343.1. For fiscal year 2025 was 266.8. And for fiscal year 2026, 269.4. Now, in the last years, we have ran many other scenarios as people have requested, but these are the ones that for this meeting. So if you would like something different, we would be more than happy to do that for you if we were able to. With that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Kathleen. I'll jump right in. Looking at number 3 on the Social Security benefits, would it be reasonable to assume that, doubling that threshold for the married filing joint to 150,000, if that resulted in, for instance, in fiscal year 2024, $81.28 million, would it be reasonable to assume that it's proportionate? So if we increased it rather than by 100%, if it was 50%, would that be roughly half of that number?
I think that's probably possible, but we could sure run that for you if you would like to do that for the married filing joint. We could get you that information.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at, with the tax foundation's numbers, looking at that, some of those, they had their single rate at 75,000, and the married filing joint was not quite double. Maybe it was 100,000. That would obviously impact that fiscal note and bring it down. Committee, any questions? Yes, Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathleen, I probably just didn't hear it, but under number 4, under the Social Security benefits, how many Kansas taxpayers does fall under that category?
I didn't give it to you, so you
Okay.
didn't miss it.
Okay.
I believe for exempting the full Social Security benefits, it was around, not counting the ones that are already have some sort of benefit exempt, I think it is probably an additional 150 or so, maybe. So we've got 135 taxpayers that are currently are able to subtract out a portion of their benefits. So I've got 240,000 total. 105. I'm sorry, 105 additional. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Committee, further questions? Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathleen, thanks for being here today. So just so I understand, on the number 3, when we're going to 150,000, is that still facing the cliff afterwards, or does that also have some sort of a smoothing mechanism?
You face the cliff after that. There is no smoothing mechanism in number 3.
Okay. But we could obviously do the same thing to that if we wanted to, as far as smooth beyond there.
Yes, you could.
Okay. And, okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here, and depending on what formula we ultimately decide to go with, it could certainly have a lot of different impacts. So, any further questions for Kathleen?
Well,
yes, Senator Holland.
thank you, Mr. And I don't know if this is a Kathleen request or a legislative research request for Eddie, but I guess what I'm looking for, back to my request for demographic information, if I can, between basically what we currently have, and then 2, 3, and 4, kind of getting it'd be neat to see kind of what is the picture of those seniors revenue-wise that would enjoy benefits for each of those things. I guess that's what I'm looking for. So for example, like we talk about the, going from the smooth 85 to the 150, I'd like to see like what's on the delta of those people now getting into the number 3, what does their income look like with potential sources if we can? Not that that'd be directly tied up, but just what type are we looking there? And then on the 105,000 on top of that, what does their, reported income picture look like, if at all? I'm just trying to get a sense of what is that type of taxpayer from an income perspective as they come into this. Maybe you would basically measure it maybe by like average income as you allow those people in. Just try to get a sense of who those folks are as we lower the gates.
We will work with legislative research and figure out some information that we can get to you.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, I thank you, Kathleen, for your presentation. As always, it's good information. Eddie, this is more a question for Eddie. Would you be able to get us the data on individuals that move out of the state, especially in this Social Security range, so that and the retirement age? I know we do lose individuals to other states because we are one of the highest taxed states in the nation for retirement. So I think that would be helpful because that could have an impact on retaining individuals for staying in the state too, if we were able to make some adjustments to this tax policy. Thank you.
Yeah, my recollection off the top of my head is that we probably can get in and out migration data as it relates to individuals' age and probably some income threshold type information. I don't think that we'll be able to get it narrowed down to Social Security type income and retirement plan type income, but those other two.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. That kind of goes back to what I was trying to get out of the tax foundation. I didn't know if they had done any work, but yeah, we can certainly analyze the migration with regards to Kansas specifically. But Senator Holland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this is a question to the chairwoman on Senate tax. Did we have something in the past couple of years where I thought we had some data that basically said here's the outflow of retirees going out of Kansas, and did someone actually chart which state they thought they landed?
Yes, absolutely, Senator Tyson.
So I can refuse to answer, right? I'm kidding up here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we did have that, and yes, that is the data that I'm looking for this committee to have also. I just think it was really good information.
Oh, it's, Mr. Chairman,
Very helpful.
It's very helpful, but I think the one nugget I recalled from that, which was a surprise to me, and I guess in hindsight it wasn't, I think the vast majority of people or seniors were migrating out of Kansas were ending up over in Missouri. And so, anyway, just food for thought, but it is relevant information as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that discussion. Representative Miller.
Well, to follow up on that, it was either 3 or 4 years ago, because I was on the Senate Tax Committee when we had testimony on a bill on that subject. And what I found very curious, and it'll be in the minutes, is I think it was a senator who was sponsoring the bill, and he came in and handed out a handout, and the very point that he was making was refuted in the handout that said taxation had very little to do with people's decision on where they retired. And it's there, because I couldn't believe that the advocate of the bill was passing the material out, because and again, I don't know if it was the tax foundation or who, but it was some sort of think tank that they were using for the material. It's got to be in the testimony.
Yeah, we'll research that and see if we can get that resurrected for the committee today and maybe even updated. But are there any further questions for Kathleen Smith? I keep forgetting to ask, is there anyone online, any committee members that are joining? Okay. Kathleen, thank you so much for your testimony. And I guess we'll see you immediately again as we change topics here. I don't have on my sheet which one of you is going first, so do you want Amy Kramer? Yes. We will change topics now to start looking at the inactive and unused tax provisions and authorities. And we will start off with Amy Kramer with Kansas Department of Revenue. Welcome to committee.
Okay, now it's on. Okay.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Amy Kramer. I'm with the Department of Revenue, and you had asked for some information on inactive or unused tax provisions. And I'm going to briefly cover the sales tax portion of that question. There's two, and so first of all, you should have gotten a couple things. You should have gotten a little brief memo from me, and then also we went ahead and handed out, if you're on house tax, we did this last spring, but if you're not on house tax, you're on Senate tax, we have a multi-page document that goes through all of the sales tax exemptions and exceptions. That's just for your information. Of those sales tax exemptions and exceptions that we have identified that either have a sunset provision, are possibly obsolete, or the intended purpose of the item has potentially been fulfilled, I have bulleted. There's three in 3603, which is the exceptions. 3603 imposes the tax, and then there's some exceptions to that tax written in there. One of them is in 3603 subsection E. Allows an exception for sales of admission to any cultural or historical event which occurs triennially, and my understanding is that only impacted one organization, and that organization is still in existence, but they no longer hold their events on a triennial basis. So that would be something to consider what you want to do with that. The next one in 3606 is subsection H, and this is in regards to personal property that was purchased from the proceeds of industrial revenue bonds issued prior to July 1, 1973. And so I don't have any information backing whether any of that equipment is still in use, but it's probably a fair assumption that that equipment has all exceeded its useful life. The last one is 36030. It's in that subsection, and there is some refund language in there. That statute was changed in 2004, and there's some refund language mechanism in there for purchases made prior to 2004, and that language is just obsolete because we've passed the deadlines for those refunds to be requested. In addition, there's a few things that we've identified in 3606, which is the exemption section. And there are several, there's 5 subsections, W, X, triple D, triple E, and quadruple L that have sunsets that the sunset date has been reached. There's also in triple N, there's a provision for construction of a playground in Sedgwick County, and the provision does not allow for maintenance on the playground. It doesn't allow for remodeling, reconstruction. It's just construction of the playground. And so really the question I have is has the playground been constructed, and subsequently the purpose of that subsection has been fulfilled? And that's something you could possibly look into. In addition, there's a handful, I've identified 3, where the organization would need to request an exemption certificate in order to utilize that exemption. And we do not have a record of those organizations requesting that exemption certificate. And so again, the question is does that organization still have need for that exemption? And then there's 2 other things I'll mention in the sort of the statewide exemptions, 3603E and 3603F, which are separate sections, contain exemption provisions in relation to natural disasters that occurred in 2007. One was the Greensburg tornado, and the other one was the flooding that occurred in southeast Kansas that year. 2007 was like a really bad natural disaster here. So, and I know sometimes the revisers likes to keep those in there just as kind of plug language for the next natural disaster that no doubt will occur at some point in time. So the other things is there's some while we're on the sales tax topic, we can move to local sales taxes. The counties, just by way of background a little bit, cities can levy up to 3% citywide sales tax. Counties can levy up to a 1% city sales tax. In addition, all counties have authority to levy a 1% sales tax for healthcare purposes. And then there is a list of counties that has special authority to exceed those 2 provisions. And that was first granted in 1987. And since then, 49 counties have been granted 72 authorizations to conduct an election for one or more of those dedicated sales taxes. And so as of January 23, so we've already gone through the process of getting those January new taxes ready to go. 25 of those 72 authorizations are currently, will be used for dedicated projects being used as of this next quarter. And of those remaining 47, so there's 47 that aren't being used. Of those 47, 16 have never been used, and 6 have been used multiple times. So my assumption with the 16 that have never been used is the county came to the legislature, asked for the authority to hold the election. They held the election, and the voters didn't approve it. The 6 that have been used multiple times, there are some provisions that are, it's either for like a road project, or sometimes they'll have authority to, there's one in there that's for a law enforcement center, a courthouse, a jail. You know, there's a variety of county infrastructure they can use that on. So they'll remodel their courthouse, and then a few years later, they'll come back and use that same provision to build a law enforcement center or whatever. So there have been some situations where they will use that same authorization multiple times just for the various needs of the county. And then the final thing I want to mention is Horse Thief Reservoir. In 2004, Horse Thief, the legislature granted the Horse Thief Reservoir Benefit District, which is down in southwest Kansas, the authority to hold an election to impose a sales tax of up to 0.25% to fund some debt service for a lake project they had. They did end up imposing a 0.15% sales tax in the 4 counties in their service area, which would be Finney, Ford, Gray, and Hodgman. That tax was in effect October 1st, 2005, and they had met those debt service obligations last year, and we did terminate that tax effective December 31st, 2021. So that authority has been it's been used, and it's no longer currently active. And with that, do you have any questions?
Okay. Thank you, Amy, for that. And I did not, I intended to, before we started this discussion, give kind of a disclaimer. Any person or organization that might be listening in, either live or all these meetings are archived. If they're looking at some of these entities and they have some information about these, you know, it's my intention that this committee will pass a recommendation to kind of clean up some code, but it will still be the responsibility of the tax committees in the legislative session to actually strike these, present a bill and strike these, and there will be an opportunity for testimony, hearing, and debate. Recommendations by this committee won't necessarily mean that these things are going away. There still has to be action. There will be time. If somebody knows of one of these provisions that may potentially still be necessary at the local level, or whatever the entity is that is benefiting or using this, want to make sure we have plenty of time for them to reach out to the legislature during session before we pass these. Committee, are there any questions for Amy? If not, I've got a big one here. This might be digging deep into the archives, but prior to 1987, when the dedicated projects and that authority started, what was the process? What was the procedure for cities and counties to adopt a sales tax?
The legislature in the late 70s granted the cities and the counties authority to levy local sales taxes. And my understanding at that time was to help provide property tax relief primarily for those communities. And at first, those were general sales taxes. And so those two sort of special purpose, the first two counties came to the legislature in the late 80s and asked for that authority for these special projects. And then the healthcare one, which all counties have that authority, and that was granted in the early 1990s. I think it's 1992 when that authority was granted. And I didn't bring my numbers with me, but I believe there's about 30, somewhere in the low 30s, counties that use that healthcare provision. And that provision is used for a variety. It can be everything from, a lot of them use it for their county hospital, but it can also be used for EMS, the health department, the county nursing home. There's a variety of anything healthcare related in your local community that sales tax can and is being used for in various counties throughout the state.
Okay. And do you know if when those limits were set, you mentioned the 3% for the city and the 1% for the county that doesn't require
Right.
legislative?
And those limits have been, I don't know the exact date of when those limits were established, but they have been those limits have been in place for quite a few years.
Okay. Well, and I've made no secret of it, it's always been kind of a thorn to me why local governments have to come ask the legislature for permission to ask the permission of the voters. I'd love to clean up a lot of this code on the special authorities for dedicated projects. It's always been my opinion, if the voters approve it, they know what's best for their own community. I'd love to figure out a way to clean that up, but I haven't figured out a way how to do that without having some unintended consequences. So, committee, are there any questions for Amy? Certainly, yeah. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy, I do have a question on the sheet with the exemptions. Yes. It baffles me that locker plants are required to charge sales tax on meat processing as are dry cleaning on dry cleaning. Why are those two items not exempt when other services are?
That, I believe, would be that's how the law, I don't know that I have a question as to why the legislature chose to enact those laws the way they did.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be proposing legislation, and maybe it could come out of this committee, that we remove at least the sales tax on food processing for locker plants. We lowered sales tax on food, eventually to remove it. It makes sense that that sales tax also be removed. And if you could get the committee some history on that tax, that might be helpful going forward with the legislation. Thank you.
Senator Tyson, do you know which one was that? Do you know where that's at in the list?
No, I just know that when I get my processing, there's sales tax on, no, I'm just kidding.
Yes, I do too.
There you go. My family has asked me that question. They run a locker plant and they don't know why the sales tax is charged on a service. There's two services in the state of Kansas that I'm aware of, and it is processing meat and when you go get your dry cleaning. And it makes no sense because other services that we have, we exempt sales tax completely.
I think the answer, at least I know on the dry cleaning, I may have to look at Carl here, is that you are altering tangible personal property. That's my instinct as to why especially on the dry cleaning. Right, you're repair and servicing, right, you're servicing tangible, it's the tangible personal property.
So when I go to get my clothes mended, is there a sales tax on that? But when we go to get our hair cut, there's not a sales tax?
That's because people aren't tangible personal property. So the example I've used in the past is you go get your dog groomed and your pet is considered tangible personal property. So there's a sales tax on grooming dogs, but there's not a sales tax on grooming people because people are not tangible personal property.
So I understand that. I kind of knew that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also, so when you go get your car worked on, the mechanic's bill,
Should, labor, yeah.
labor
Uh-huh.
is sales tax.
Right, because it's tangible, again, it's tangible personal property.
Okay, that's good for the committee. We can look at that going forward. I'm sure that fiscal note's massive. But I just always want a fair and level playing field. And I just always, especially with the food processing, it didn't make sense to me. And when we're trying to make food more readily available, healthy food especially, I think that we should take a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Committee, any further questions? See none, Amy. Thank you for your portion of this discussion. And we'll now welcome back Kathleen Smith for the second part of this.
Okay, you should have another package in front of you. It's, there's 3 different documents, paper clipped together. It's, the first one is Kansas tax credits. And what we tried to do is provide a comprehensive summary of the different tax credits that we have on the books and we help to administer. The next document that you have is these specific tax credits and the amount of credit that has been allowed for 18, 19, and 20, as well as the number of filers that have claimed that. And then the last document attached there is those specific tax credit statutes that have expired or repealed. There is a sunset date within the legislation, and so they have expired or repealed. Some of them are still on the books, but some of them have actually been removed from the statute book. So with the first document that we have in front of you, the Kansas tax credits, again, this is a comprehensive list of the different tax incentives that we have. What we've tried to do is give you a brief description of that tax credit, the effective date, the tax type that it applies to, whether it applies to income and or privilege, and some of them do also apply to insurance, premium insurance. Whether the credit is a non-refundable credit or a refundable credit, if there's a fiscal year limitation, a carry forward period, if the credit is able to be transferred, if there is a certain modification, and then if there is a sunset or repeal date within the legislation for that specific incentive. As you can see with the list, I think we've got 46 on the list, 46 different tax credits. I'm hoping that I didn't miss anything. I'm not promising that I didn't. I did also put in the new ones that we passed this last session, and there were several of those as well. And one other thing I wanted to point out to you is that in tax year 2012, there was legislation passed that made many of these tax credits available for C corporations only. And I think that was a pay for another piece in the legislation. Some of those have been changed back to allow for all individual income taxpayers, or all income taxpayers to claim it, but many of them have not been changed. And if we want to kind of look at the summary of the amount of filers and tax credit allowed, I can kind of go through that. I don't want to go one by one because that would be monotonous, but like the abandoned well plugging credit, that is one that is only for C Corps. And you can see at this point that no filers have taken advantage of the credit. Before 2013, we had an average of 5 taxpayers claiming that credit for around $15,000 a year. So it's one of the smaller credits. Number 3, the affordable housing tax credit, that is one of the new credits that you passed this last session. It is effective for tax year 23 and forward. Number 4 and number 5 are both for corps only. For number 4 on the agritourism liability insurance credit, that is something that we work with the Department of Commerce on, so they would be interested to hear what happens with this credit. But before 2013, before it said C Corps only, we were averaging around 30 taxpayers claiming the credit for around $10,000 a year. The alternative fuel credit, again, is C Corps only. And before 2013, we had around 34 taxpayers claiming that credit for around $130,000 a year. Right now, the number of taxpayers is confidential. There are less than 5 filers, so we're not able to give you the numbers for that specific information. The assistive technology credit, that's a number 7. That's for, that was changed for C Corps only. I think it was, the inception date on that was in 2003, and no one has claimed the credit since we passed that legislation. Number 8, the aviation and aerospace tax credit. Again, that's new this past session, and it is effective for tax years 22 through 26. The biomass to energy plant credit. There were several credits, energy credits, that were passed, I'm going to say, in the middle 2000s, maybe 2010, something like that. And there had to be a certification done by the Department of Commerce within a certain time frame. And then after that certification, then those taxpayers that were certified would be able to claim a portion of that tax credit for 10 tax years, and they also had a 14-year carry forward. Number 9, the biomass to energy plant credit is one of those that was certified by Commerce. There were a few taxpayers that were certified, less than 5, and so they are continuing to claim that credit. So the 14-year carry forward should be over, I think, probably in 2023, I think something like that for that one. The business and job development credit, number 10, there was legislation passed back in, I'm going to say 10 and 11, that says there are no new credits available. This was a very popular credit, but it has gone away. There are no new credits available. However, the credit, the business and job development credit under a specific statute does say that they can carry forward any excess credit until it's used, and so we still have people that are able to use that credit on their income tax returns. The child daycare assistance credit, number 13, that was for corps only for 2013 and 20. Legislation passed this last session. We allowed it, you passed the legislation which now allows all income taxpayers to claim the credit, so we would assume that there will be an uptick in the number of taxpayers that will be claiming this credit. As you can see, it's confidential, so there are less than 5 filers. The number 14, the technical college, we previously had this back in 2008 through 2012, and you passed legislation this last session to bring it back for community colleges and tech colleges. So there's many people that are making contributions right now. They were able to start making contributions July 1 of 2022, and we will see a large number of taxpayers taking advantage of this credit. Number 16 is a new credit as well. Number 17, the declared disaster capital investment. Amy was talking about those 2 sales tax exemptions that came in with the disasters, one down in southeast Kansas and then one in Greensburg. This declared disaster capital investment tax credit came in as well for southeast Kansas, and it was effective for tax years 8, 9, and 10. If they made investment in 10, there's a 10-year carry forward, so it should be over in 2020. So that's probably something that could be looked at. Number 20 on the second page, new credit from last year, the Eisenhower Foundation credit. Number 21 is one of those energy credits that was passed, and there are several taxpayers that are certified They have a 14-year carry forward, so again, it is confidential information at this point. The environmental compliance credit number 2022, or I'm sorry, number 22 is for corps only as well. And we have less than 5 taxpayers that are certified to date. Number 23, new credit from last session. Number 26, the housing investor tax credit from the 2022 session. Number 28, it's one of those energy credits again. There were 0 taxpayers certified by Commerce for this specific one. And they had to be certified between 2006 and 2010. Number 30, the nitrogen fertilizer plant credit, again, one of the energy credits, 0 taxpayers have been certified by Commerce. Number 31, the owners promoting employment across Kansas. We have had 0 taxpayers claim that credit since its inception, which is 2011 is when it first started. So 0 taxpayers have claimed that specific credit. The petroleum refinery credit, we've had a couple of less than 5 taxpayers that have been certified, but they do have a 14-year carry forward, so that'd be over in 2023. Number 33, the purchases from qualified vendor credit, that was passed last year and is being used, but it is confidential information. Qualifying pipeline, we did have some taxpayers that were certified by Commerce. Research and development was for C Corps only from 2013 through 2022. However, legislation that you passed this last session would extend it now to all income taxpayers. So we will see an uptick on that as well. Number 37 is the short line railroad tax credit. That's new legislation passed this last session. The Single City Port Authority, corps only for 2013 through 2021. There was legislation for C Corps only. So before 2013, we had an average of 150 taxpayers claiming that credit at around $250,000 a year. When we reduced it down to C Corps, we've gone to less than 5. Number 40, the storage and blending credit, 0 taxpayers were certified by Commerce. And then the swine facility credit, that's for C Corps only. 0 has been claimed since 2003. 42 and 43 are new credits that you passed this last session. Number 44, the telecommunications and railroad credit. The railroad credit portion has actually sunset, but the telecommunications portion has not, and it is available for C Corps only. The number 45, the temporary assistance to families and contribution credit, it is for C Corps only, and no one has claimed this credit since its inception in 1994. And then the venture capital credit, 3 of those have sunsetted. 1 is still in place, and the information at this point is confidential. Then again, just to point out on the last sheet that these are the specific tax credits that have a sunset date within the legislation or have expired in statute or been repealed in statute. You can see the historic site contribution credit in statute, it does say expired. And then for the law enforcement training credit, it was repealed in statute. But the others that I have listed there are still on the books per se, but they do have a sunset date within the legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Thank you for that review, Kathleen. Committee questions? Oh, Representative Miller first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a small matter on number 23, Kathleen, I think your autocorrect was your enemy. I think that's supposed to be Cedar Crest instead of Cedar Credit.
Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
And just because some of these have never been used, and I'll just single out, and I noticed several, but I singled out number 30. Just because they've never been used doesn't mean that the original intent isn't still viable. That is, I'm guessing, I know nothing about this credit, I'm guessing it's there to encourage someone to locate a plant here. So just because they haven't doesn't mean we don't still want it on the books and available as an incentive. Would that be fair?
With that specific one, they had to be certified by the Department of Commerce between a certain time frame, and they did not certify anyone. So unless you want to bring it back and allow.
Picked the wrong example.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
But would it be fair to say that some of these, just because they haven't been used, doesn't mean that they're necessarily obsolete?
That is correct.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Yeah, and if I could follow that up, it's not my intention for this committee to dive deep into these and decide which ones are viable, because there are nuances to probably every single one of these that we can take an in-depth look at during the session, during committee hearings, and really kind of tease out some of those details, which ones are still viable and need to remain on the books. I believe Senator Holland was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathleen, thanks again for the great presentation. Just maybe a suggestion, and then maybe entertain a request for some additional information. So I know for me, is there any way you could like just color code maybe those particular credits where right now it's just set up for the corporation and not other business entity types? Because that'd be a really quick way to hone in on, do we need to broaden this? I know we had last year we were kicking around the thing with the child tax care credit. Why did the corporations get something and nobody else? And as the owner of an LLC, I was curious to know why that was. The other question, I guess, request is that, and this really caught my attention, number 31, the peak tax credit. Man, that was just over a decade ago. I know that was an extremely popular EcoDevo program, and a lot of debates on that. And to see that falling off to zero now, I find that interesting. And I guess this maybe would help maybe kind of give us a little more background on the picture, if this could be done without being too much of a hassle. I don't know, you tell me. And I don't know where you put these two columns, but I guess I'm wondering is that, like, particularly like where you see like something like with a zero, but like the past 5 years, maybe having like a 5-year look back, say from 13 to 17 total, how many were done? And then I'm also thinking an additional column, inception to date. Because when you see a lot of these zeros here, it doesn't mean it was never used. And on the other hand, if it was heavily used in the past and nobody's touching it now, I kind of would like to dive into that and understand why. Yes, ma'am.
And may I make one comment on on your owners promoting employment across Kansas? There were two provisions. There was the first one, which is still ongoing and is hugely popular, is for companies that are qualified through the program, they can retain or get refunded 95% of their employees' withholding. That is the one that is going gangbusters. But this credit was also put into place for those owners, I believe, that were not actually a qualified employee for the peak, so that they could get a credit. And it has never been used. And that's something that we can work with at the Department of Commerce, because they are the ones that are helping, are one of the other administrative agencies with regards to this program. So it'd be good to get them involved as well.
This one here specifically, you say the owners?
It is for those owners that are materially participating in their business, I believe.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, and once again, I know we can probably spend several days going through the details on this list, but I do want to thank you, and I like your suggestion of kind of color coding some stuff and making it easy to see which ones apply to which exemptions, and just make that easier to read. Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kathleen. It's good information again. And I would like to add to that, since you're going to be making changes, some of these programs have caps too. And I'd like to know what the caps are and if they're staying within the caps. I know a few years ago, we had to pass legislation because we had a very egregious Secretary of Commerce that was handing out more money than, he interpreted the law differently than what it was intended. And so the other thing I would ask for on the sheet is a refundable column. How much of the money in these columns are refundable, meaning the taxpayers are getting back more than they paid in? I would also ask if you could add Apex to this sheet. That would be another tax incentive program. And last, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the tech in the community college that was newly implemented. I know that there was some heartburn over competition between the tech schools and the community colleges. Was that resolved, or do we need to look at that next year?
Everything it appears to be fine at this point. We're good. We're working well. One thing, what we usually try and do with regards to the spreadsheet is put it all on one, and there was just so much information, so would have gone into a legal size and then, print that I can't read. So you can see on the comprehensive list, we do have the fiscal year limitation, and we do have whether the credit is non-refundable or refundable. But what we will try and do is move it into one, and if you get it electronically, it's not a big deal, I guess.
Right, electronically would be great, Mr. Chairman, but I'm looking for the dollar amounts
On the
refundable.
Yep.
One of my goals since I've been elected, and there were over 17 refundable programs when I was first elected to the legislature. We've considerably dropped that. I think we're down to 7 or 8 now, possibly 9 as a result of the Apex bill. But it just doesn't make sense. Tax policy should not be a welfare program. That I know it's debatable, but you get back what you pay in. I get that, but to get back more than you paid in is interesting. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kathleen. I think I'm probably more confused than I've ever been on all of these things, but it's not your fault, I want you to know. But I do appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the look that will go in on each one of these items or whatever combination during the during session, because I think there's things I know. There was a tax credit on like kits being made or offered through companies for E85 fuel and things like that. And, the timing of that may have not been very good because, until this year, gasoline prices had kind of dropped a little bit. And, maybe nobody was going after the credits because, we just buy gas. But, now maybe it's something that, as a closer look says, the timing's right for those kind of things. So, I appreciate you coming forward and saying, we're going to take a greater look at these things and make sure that, timing's right on all of them. So, thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure our friends in the gallery, if there's anything that pertains to them and an idea that they have and we're looking at repealing it, we'll hear from them. So I fully expect that. Are there any other questions for Kathleen? Seeing none, thank you once again for your testimony. Committee, that completes our morning session. We did run a little bit over time by 8 minutes. I apologize. Would you prefer to come back at a little bit later time, like 1:30, or maintain our 1:15 schedule? What's the will? 1:15 is the general consensus, so we will not adjourn, but we will recess until 1:15 for the second portion of our meeting. Thank you. Okay, we will reconvene our meeting, and first item of business this afternoon is an overview of the Kansas Classified Property Tax System. Welcome back, Mr. Penner from KLRD.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm just going to give you a really high-level overview of kind of what issues you're going to be wrestling with the rest of the afternoon, but most of the meat of this afternoon is better directed to the following conferee, I think. So property tax uniformity is what is written into the committee's charge that the Legislative Coordinating Council has asked you to study, and that arises out of the Kansas Constitution. Within the Kansas Constitution, if you're not familiar with the details of it, Article 11 is the portion of the Kansas Constitution that is dedicated to finance and taxation. And Section 1 of Article 11 is the portion of that article that is dedicated to the property tax issues specifically. In relevant part, that section kind of provides for the uniformity issue with directly quoting here, except as otherwise here and specifically provided, the legislature shall provide for a uniform and equal basis of valuation and rate of taxation of all property subject to taxation. And so the uniform and equal provision of the Constitution is specific to property taxes in Kansas, which is kind of interesting that we don't have to have a uniform and equal sales and income tax, but I imagine if you were to try to enact different income tax rates for residents of various counties across the state, you might get a little bit of pushback on that. But constitutionally, I don't believe you're actually bound to it. That section continues on to provide for classes of property. There are two classes of property, but saying that is a bit of a misnomer just because each of those classes is then broken up into subclasses. And so kind of for all practical purposes, there are 13 classes. There's 13 subclasses spread across two classes. The first class of property provided for within the Constitution is real property. Within each class of property, the subclasses have their own assessment ratios. Reading some history on this, my understanding is that in the mid-1980s, when the classified system was proposed, the objective at the time was to allow for reappraisal, but minimize the amount of distortion that would come out of that reappraisal. And by distortion, I mean the extent of the swings of property tax liability. The policymakers at the time, wanted to get the values right, but they didn't want to do it in such a way that resulted in suddenly one class of property, one set of taxpayers having their tax bills skyrocket and another class's swing the opposite direction or anything like that. They had different assessment ratios in the initial 1980s constitutional amendment that provided for classes of property. In 1993, these new assessment ratios were adopted. And so assessment ratio is the percent of the appraised value of the property that is used for property tax purposes. And so walking through these classes, you can see that residential property is the first subclass within class 1, and it is taxed at 11.5% of its appraised value. The second class is land devoted to agricultural use, which is taxed at 30%. I would note there that that Constitution very specifically provides for the legislature to use a use value formula rather than a fair market value formula for that land devoted to agricultural use. Vacant lots are taxed at 12% of their value. Not-for-profit organizations, which are defined constitutionally by reference to Section 501 of the Internal Revenue Code, are taxed at 12%. Public utility property is taxed at 33%. Though the one note I want to mention as it relates to public utility property is that railroads are specifically defined by the Constitution to be taxed as commercial and industrial property and not as public utility property. Elsewhere in various laws, railroads might be treated as public utility property, but for property tax purposes, they're treated as commercial and industrial. And then commercial and industrial real estate at 25%, and then Subclassification 7 is the catch-all. It's anything that isn't elsewhere classified falls into subclassification 7, and that is taxed at 30%. The second class of property kind of makes sense if you think of the first one as real property as personal property. And there are 6 subclasses within personal property, not 7 as real estate has. The first of those is residential mobile homes, and it is taxed just the same way that residential real estate is at 11.5%. And I actually do want to right here make note of within class 1 as it relates to residential real estate, it does specifically provide for the land upon which mobile home communities might be situated to be taxed at 11.5% as well. And so kind of residential real estate, it captures that as well. Mineral leaseholds are taxed at 30% of their value. I do want to note that there is a specific constitutional exception for low production leaseholds, and the Constitution does define what those low production leaseholds are, and they are actually taxed at 25% of their value, not 30%. The third subclass of personal property, once public utility at 33%, and once again, this includes the note that railroad is to be taxed at the rate that commercial and industrial personal properties as well. Subclass 4 is motor vehicle property, and that is motor vehicles that are not otherwise specifically taxed as of the mid-1980s. Most of what you think of as cars, your cars that you probably drove here in today, are not taxed pursuant to subclassification 4 of classification 2. Those were specifically taxed otherwise prior to 1985, and so their conceptual equivalent was. Presumably very few of you drove here in cars today older than 1985. But, so this captures a relatively narrow subset of motor vehicles are actually taxed under the true ad valorem property tax provided for within this section of the Constitution. Subclassification 5 is commercial and industrial machinery and equipment. It is probably worth noting here that the 2006 legislature provided a general exemption for this type of property beginning for property that was installed after June 30th of 2006. There are some exceptions to that general exemption if you wanted to get way down into the weeds. And then of course, finally, this class also has a kind of catch-all subclass of the not elsewhere classified. And so from there, the only other thing that I wanted to provide the committee for today is this question of why does uniformity matter? And I've got a few examples here kind of based upon a single hypothetical. And the hypothetical I've created is imagine that we have a taxing district that it has, we could call it Smallville, because it's got one residential property and one commercial property. It's got a $200,000 house and a $1 million commercial property. And that's the true fair market value of those properties. And you can see if you flow through down to through the assessment ratios, you get the assessed values of those properties. You can see if that taxing district decides to levy $10,000, the value of 1 mil within that property would be $273. So they would levy 36.63 mils, and you can see in this perfectly accurate, uniform, fair market value world, the residents would pay $842 to this taxing subdivision, and the commercial property would pay $91.57. But then let's imagine that maybe there is a bit of disuniformity across subclasses within this property, and residential land is overvalued by 5%. And you can see, obviously, that's bad for the residential, but it actually results in the mill levy being lowered. So there can be a bit of a tendency to say, oh, well, that wouldn't be that bad. It just makes up for it by the mill levy being lowered. But the reality is that the way that flows through doesn't impact those properties equally, and that one residential house would wind up paying $38 more tax than they would in our uniform world, and the commercial would pay an equivalent amount less. Vice versa, the exact same principle applies if residential is undervalued. It's sometimes tempting to think, oh, who really cares if the county appraiser gets that residence a little bit under their value, just let them be the beneficiary of it. And that would be fine if it was only that residence that was actually being taxed, but by virtue of the way the property tax works, and thankfully this committee has a lot of experience both with property taxes, but also with local governance, so you probably have some experience in this area. That not only reduces the property tax burden on that residence, but it also has the effect of increasing the property tax burden on the commercial value in that taxing district. Obviously, that issue is compounded if you have a scenario where the residential is overvalued, but the commercial is also undervalued, where the residence pays $80 extra and the commercial $80 under, and then the kind of the final hypothetical here is just to make sure that we're not picking on either residential or commercial, see the exact opposite of that. If commercial is overvalued and residential is undervalued, that it's tempting to say, well, who really cares? Good for that homeowner that they got to save $74, but that tax money does have to be paid by someone based upon the way Kansas property taxes work. And so that's kind of the nutshell of why uniformity across classes at least matters. And with that, I hope that's enough of an introduction to the topic to get the committee really prepared for Mr. Harper. But I would stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. Committee, any questions? Okay, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eddie, for the presentation and your research, obviously great. But this is for the revisers. This has come up several times, and uniform, I know it says uniform in our Constitution, but is that uniform across the state, across the county, or across the taxing district? If you need to get back to us, because that's a pretty in-depth, but it's being interpreted different ways, and I think we need clarification moving forward.
That sounds like it might be something we hear from in December or when we have our second meeting. So, committee, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Eddie. And we will now welcome our second guest, Director Harper. David Harper is the Director of Property Value Division in Kansas Department of Revenue. Welcome to committee, sir.
No? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman and committee, you should all have in front of you a document we prepared, and I would tell you when I think Eddie called me, I think it was last Thursday, and kind of explained our assignment. I wasn't real sure how to go with this and what to get in front of you. So what we have is basically I kind of went in outline form, some bullet points, included some statistics, which I think you will have asked for. My thought is I might go through it section by section and then pause and let the committee kind of direct me with questions and focus on the areas that are most important to you.
Yeah, I think that will be most beneficial for our conversation. So,
Okay,
yes.
okay. And with your permission, I was going to open with just less than 5 minutes, just kind of an overview on where we're at today as far as staffing, PVD, county appraisers, our duty versus theirs, just a reminder of who does what, a very, very high level, if that would be okay.
Yes, I would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll start then on our first page of our handout. At PVD, we collect the abstract reports or valuation summaries twice a year from the county clerks. We get a preliminary one in July, and then we get the final in November. So it means we haven't met for a while. I didn't want to update you with the July number. So the chart you see in here is what shows up in our preliminary July abstract report showing the change in value from 2021 to 2022. As you can see, overall, we had a percent change of over 9% in statewide assessed value, so statewide taxable value. Residential taking the largest leap of over 12%. I'd say residential taking the largest leap. You can see oil and gas percentage-wise was a large jump, but just the amount of value falls to residential. Oil and gas is probably our most inconsistent value. From year to year to year, it changes rather drastically. So far right column also just included a percent of the total assessed value for each subclass. I would mention that last year in legislation, you expanded the residential exemption from the 20 mills from first $20,000 to to the first $40,000 of residential value. And then there's a provision in there that provides for a increase in that 40,000 every year based on the average value increase from the preceding 10 years on residential property. So based on our current 10-year average, based on this preliminary value, that exempt value would jump slightly, approximately about $4.70 a parcel is where we would go. About a 5%, about $2,000, I think, is right now where we're at on the exemption. So we'd go from 40,000 to around 42,000. The constitutional part, Eddie did a great job covering that, so I'll go over that very quickly and just reiterate what he said. And uniform and equal and valuation and rate. So what we're talking about is obviously value and classification. And as Eddie mentioned, the value we're typically considering is market value. That's our gauge if we're being uniform and equal on the value. Are we at market value for the majority of the property? I won't restate what Eddie's already stated on page 2. I did want to just mention a couple things that comes up from time to time to remind you of. But the subclass or classification assessment rate is based on actual use. We get an occasional call from someone who frequently it's somebody that owns ag land that's concerned that maybe they're changing their zoning to include light industrial or something, and they're concerned what that's going to do to their property tax. As long as that remains an agricultural use, that zoning doesn't impact that. So something for you to be aware of as you get calls. We'll be talking later on about a topic on the commercial and industrial machinery and equipment, and Eddie covered that, but that is relevant. And then I threw in there vacant lots because you'd think this would be the simplest thing of all. But we get questions, what's a vacant lot? And the Constitution says vacant lots, the statute says vacant lots. We get some people saying lots is a platted area, very well-defined platted area. We get people, you can find definitions that say lots is just land of any size. So the impact that has, especially if you get out in the rural area and you have large acreage, it's very clearly no longer dedicated to agricultural use. Where does the county put that? And if you go back to the assessment rates, if they listed it as a vacant lot, they're both going on a market value. But if they list it as a vacant lot, you're going to be 12% of that market value. If you strictly define vacant lots as a platted area, your only other choice is other, which is going to jump to 30% of market value. So it's just an issue that as we talk about uniformity, I think most counties right now, I kind of did an informal poll when I met with them last month at the KAC meeting, most I think are going with the vacant lot classification for those acreages. But if you were in mind, a definition defining what vacant lots would certainly help us to apply that uniformly. On page 2, just a couple statutes. There's numerous statutes referring to the duties of the county appraisers and PVD. Main thing to keep in mind is it's the county appraiser's duty to every year to appraise, list, and appraise the property. It's an annual process. Again, fair market value is their goal, except for the ag land, which is clearly specified as devoted as an income on the ag use. But county appraisers set the values. For property valuation, there's again a number of statutes that come into play, but we kind of have a mixed hat. We're general supervision. We have general supervision over the administration of the property tax system in the state of Kansas. And then there are also statutes stating we should provide all assistance that we possibly can to the county appraisers of setting values. So that it's a dual role there. The third bullet, last bullet on page 2, talks about assisting county appraisers to determine the fair market value for properties which require specialized technical knowledge. And that's a topic we'll probably get into here later, but that's a challenge. You know, as we talk about uniformity or lack of uniformity, those specialized properties are a challenge that we need to address and that we're working to address, but we'll go into that a bit longer. But for PVD, we're out there trying to help them set values one day and then making sure they're doing things right, and then we go back and take off our hat and check
check what they did and report on it. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Page 3, I did just want to update you. For county appraisers, I think everyone's aware they're appointed by the county commissioners for a 4-year term. Currently in the state of Kansas, we have 85 individuals serving 105 counties. So we have appraisers, obviously, serving as county appraiser in multiple counties. Turnover is a challenge. Just our current cycle started July of 2021. We've already had 13 counties that have had a change in the office of county appraiser. Last 4-year cycle, we had 40 counties that during that 4-year period had a change in county appraiser. So it is a challenge. The page 3 and page 4, the numbers are basically, I think that at times you're probably interested in what the counties look like that are in your jurisdiction. So just gives you by county the number of parcels, the breakout by major subclasses of residential, ag, commercial. And then the far right is just some information we've been pulling together talking about staffing and the number of vacancies in the different counties. So just informational for you more than anything. The vacancy rate surprised me, and then we just got these numbers the first of this week that they're less than a 4% vacancy rate in the county appraiser's office across the state. The thing I'll mention, that's always revolving. You know, we talked to Sedgwick County when we were getting these numbers, and approximately 50% of their staff are brand new in their position or brand new to the office. So there's a continual turnover in county appraiser's office, which is a challenge for the training and some of the things we do. Page 5, just want to include too, we have over 200 people that are eligible that have met the requirements by statute to be appointed county appraiser, and that sounds like a big number, but this map just shows where they're located at. So you can see the counties in white. There's no one that's on our appraised list that lists that county as their home residence. Just most obviously are located in Johnson, Sedgwick. Just the challenges as we go forward and talk about, you know, solutions and then problems. It is a challenge for some of the rural areas to find somebody, and more of them are taking on multiple counties. Page 6, I just want to share with you where PVD is at. PVD, we have 43 funded positions. Right now, 32 of those are filled. When fully staffed, 17 or about 40% of our staff is dedicated to appraisal assistance and reviews. So most of our staff focuses on what we call the field staff, the people that are out working with the county appraisers, doing the compliance review, and then as well as the ratio study. So staffing is a challenge for us. For some, we're not getting applicants. You know, a perfect example is one that's going on right now. We know some commercial property valuations are a challenge. We know we need added expertise on commercial values. So we posted quite a while ago a job for somebody seeking someone with a commercial appraisal license. Got no applicants. So we repost and say, well, we would like you to have a commercial appraisal license. You don't have to, but we'd like for you to. We got 2 applicants. Neither of them had any commercial experience at all. So we're like everybody. Staffing is a challenge, and just want to, as we prioritize things, I just want you to be aware of that. Obviously comes into play for me where I put people in what we do. So that's where we're at. You know, I hope it's appropriate in every section, Mr. Chairman, the committee. I've kind of added my own and our own opinions on what some of our strengths, some of our weaknesses are for each area. For here, you know, obviously our challenges and opportunities, staffing and training is a challenge. One of our biggest role at PVD is providing appraisal education, and these are courses on our system, on property tax law, on mass appraisal in the state of Kansas only. These are PVD courses for our system. So in 2022 alone, our staff offered 47 courses for over 700 students, which are mostly county appraiser staff. So time consuming, but very valuable, and something we place a very high priority on. I would mention as possible modifications and something we'd hope to come back and visit with you this session about is a couple years ago there was a change to where all all courses that are approved for county appraisers to be designated need to be approved by the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board, which is fine. We've gone through the steps. We've done the applications. But now that we've been through it, what's come out of that is that our property tax law course, our property tax law update course, our property tax exemption course, and all our personal property courses were not approved by the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board, because that's just not what they do. They're a real estate, not personal property, and they see the property tax law courses as not an appraisal course. They're more an administrative course. So, you know, it would be our hope maybe we could come back and have the conversation where somehow we could word that PVD courses, PVD developed courses, something like that could also qualify, even if they didn't meet the KREB requirements. Listen, potential, I mention this every time I go visit with counties, and as a former county commissioner, you could probably address this better than I could, but at some point I think we need to experiment with appraisal districts. It's always been in the statute to where counties can go together, form an appraisal district, share costs, share the appraiser, share staff. And I just think it's a good option, and I'm not sure what for sure what the hesitation on the counties has been. But you know, as we talk about uniformity, if we had one person kind of overseeing 6 counties as opposed to 6 different people, I think that's something that somehow we need to continue to encourage. In my opinion, I may be missing something, but that to me it's a good solution for everybody. And then another thing we'd probably like to come back and visit with you this session is just most of the laws were written in 1989 through 92, 94, probably for property tax law, property valuation. Things are a little bit different. Technology's advanced tremendously. So I think a lot of the things we do and the counties have to go do on physical inspections now could be supplemented or removed by technology. You know, aerial photography's come a long way, so you know, we'd like to probably talk to you about some of the inspection requirements where we don't have to go knock on doors quite as often. We could replace that with some aerial imagery inspections and those kind of things. There's change imagery out there now where you can compare last year's aerial photos to this year, and it'll just very quickly tell you that, hey, this thing's no longer here. You better go look at it, those kind of things. So we'd hope to, in the future, have some conversations with you about that. Any questions before I jump into the compliance part?
Yeah, why don't we pause right there, and I guess going back even to the beginning, do we have any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, David. Good job. On your second page where you raised the issue of vacant lots, I think I know the answer based on what you said, but just to verify, that's not been litigated, I assume.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And on your chart of appraisers, one of them that jumped out, I was looking at those that had full-time and those that had part-time appraisers. When you say part-time appraiser, might that be the same person that's a part-time appraiser in another county as well?
Yes.
And when you say full-time appraiser, if they had more than one county, they would not be categorized as a full-time appraiser?
I didn't collect the data, but that would be my take.
And one that jumped out at me, and I think it might just be there's some error in the data, but on Cherokee County, and I went through all the counties very quickly that have, quote, part-time, but they had substantially fewer parcels than Cherokee. Do you have a standard do you have any say over whether some county has I mean, let's say Shawnee County had a part-time appraiser. Would you have any say over that as the general supervisor? If it looked like they were, for instance, this one's about twice the number as most of them. Is there some standard that you would say you people need a full-time appraiser?
I think it would probably come down to results in our compliance check with them. If you recall, I'm sure you're aware that there used to be a requirement over so many, I don't know if it was parcels or population, there used to be something in the statute over that. You had to have a full-time appraiser, and several years back that was removed. So right now there's nothing in the statute requiring full-time for for larger counties. For us, it would be, if they're doing their job and meeting, we probably wouldn't step in. We have set no benchmarks for how many.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, one last question. I got lost when you were talking about the change that we made as to who approves the courses and what we needed to revisit. I got lost. Could you point me to the bullet point that addresses that?
I'm on page 6, about in the middle under challenges and opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Director, I had a few questions I wanted to bounce off of you, and if you're going to address this later, that's fine. You can defer that, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here. But looking back on page 2, when we're talking about the classes, a question that I get much more and more frequently is it's classified as ag land. It's not being used for agricultural purposes. It is purely hunting and recreation. Have you had any conversations about what would that look like? How do we determine, maybe there hasn't been any livestock on this piece of land. Maybe they're doing some food plots. It's agriculture, but it's not production agriculture. Is there any discussion at your level? Do we need to try to take a look at that property?
There has been discussion, and that what you're bringing up is a question I'm asked when I go to some of the county commissioners meetings and other things, because the land, and usually it's when that land changes hand, when it sells and they think it's no longer. There is, and I'd have to get you the statute. There is a reference to, I think you have to look at 2 years before you remove, if it's been ag, and then I think you have to look at 2 years history before you would make that classification change. So just because you'd go out on one inspection date and not notice something, you wouldn't change that. We try to advise caution on changing classification and giving the landowner opportunity to provide some documentation before you would make that change. I'm just thinking any clarification would help. I'm trying to think what that would look like right now, but I could get the statute that references the multi-year review before you make the change and provide that to you, if that'd be helpful.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it would be, but I'm trying to look at this from a practical standpoint, from the appraiser's view. They might go out and inspect the property, and at that time, it doesn't have any crops growing or any livestock on it. So do they mark it as non-agricultural? And I mean, they might just be missing the times when it's coming out there, but looking at how the market value, and that's the main complaint I'm hearing, is some of these people that are purchasing the properties for recreational purposes are purchasing it for much, much more than a agricultural producer can afford to pay. And I think that's where some of the discrepancy comes from, and I'm not sure how we address that going forward, but.
It's the exact scenario that we're asked about. And yeah, it's challenging, and sometimes, I hear someone will say, well, it's an out-of-state buyer, and well, we can't, it doesn't matter who the owner is. It's what the land's being used for. A lot of states have some sort of document that ag owners provide every year to the county appraiser, just stating what it's used for, and it may be laying idle for whatever purposes, but still land dedicated, devoted to agricultural use. So, something along that lines, anything that would help make the appraiser aware of the intent of the land would be helpful.
Yeah, I suppose we could require them to turn into Schedule F, but that's not specific to a piece of property. That's your business model, so.
Right.
Yeah, we don't have to think about that a little bit.
Okay, but yeah, I know a lot of states just have a questionnaire type thing they require to be provided to obtain the ag use.
Okay. Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2016, if I remember correctly, the revisers might correct me, but we did pass legislation where when land is deemed agriculture, that the burden of proof is actually on the county, not on the landowner. So I hope we keep that in mind going forward. Thank you.
The next question I wanted to address with you is under the county appraisers and continuity. And this kind of falls into uniformity. We've talked about how you might have a little bit different definitions or valuations county to county. But another thing I've been aware of, and this happened to me as a county commissioner too, when you have a transition, a new appraiser come in, the old appraiser leaves, and you would think if they're following everything, the guidebook to a T, there would be no changes. And frequently, when that new appraiser comes in, they're making a lot of changes, getting things up to date. Where's the ball being dropped there? Is there anything we can do legislatively to try to ensure some uniformity, or is that pretty much just the interpretation of the appraisers in following the guidebook and keeping things uniform? But there's always, I always feel bad for those new appraisers because they come in and sometimes they don't know what they're walking into. And when they try to start doing things the way they understand and know how to do them, it's a lot different than those residents and taxpayers have been used to.
Right. To be honest, I think a lot of that falls back to us on our compliance review. And as we go to the next page, one of the things that I'll mention is over the past few years, we have emphasized documentation on a value for every parcel. So any landowners, property owners should be able to walk into the county appraiser's office and say, how'd you value my land? How'd you value my home, my business? And there should be documentation. Many times I've heard the new county appraiser comes into the office, first thing they say is why were they doing this? And yes, that's an issue, that's a challenge, that's on us to make sure that there's documentation there to support the value, so whoever does come in has some idea why they applied this influence factor on this one block in in the middle of town, whatever it is. But I think it falls on us on our compliance.
If there's no further questions, yes, Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Mr. Harper, thank you for all the information. And this may be a question for the reviser. In going through all of these things right now, how much latitude do we as the legislature really have in making a decision? And at what point does something have to go back to amendment changes? At what point do we overstep our bounds and something has to be decided by the public?
I'm not sure I'm following your question. I'm sorry.
Okay. What all changes can we make in our laws today without having to go to a constitutional amendment change?
Would the revisers want to weigh in on that question?
Quick stab. The percentages, like those are shown up there, those are set by the Constitution. So if you'd want to drop the residential from 11.5 to 10 or 9, that would have to be done through a constitutional change. The legislator cannot make that change independently. The trick is valuation, and that's kind of the subjective portion of it, I would say. There's certain tweaking that can be done by the legislator. It's that threshold of when it then no longer becomes uniform and equal, which is always a concern. And I can't give you a hard example, but a couple of years ago, the Supreme Court, there was a change from a 2-year look back to a 3-year look back, and the courts said that violated the uniform and equal provision. So that was a change that the courts ultimately deemed was not allowed. So it's kind of specific to the change that would be wanted, but if that provides any guidance.
Okay. And if I could, I'd just add also, I think there are provisions like for counties when they fall, we set the compliance, and we'll go into these standards we expect them to meet. I think the legislature, if you're out of commercial statistical compliance for 2 years, you'd have to do a full reappraisal of commercial property. I mean, I think the legislature would have those kind of actions. But I think anything capping value, because we're at market value, dealing with assessment rates, like Adam said, would be out of line. But I think there's action, enforcement actions, I think, could be added, would be my, if that addresses your question.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one of the reasons that I bring it up is I look at these number of percentage changes on the first page, and you look at like residential, you know, at 53.8%, up 12.16. And obviously, I think most of us get calls about residential real estate all the time. And, you know, our property taxes going up back home and, you know, on and on and on. You know, one of the things that I know the legislature at the time that the appraisal, the reappraisal thing happened back in the mid-1980s and was taken to the public. There had to be consideration given knowing that somewhere down the road, you know, we were going to have to change law. And it just seemed to me that it was really tough to take everything back to the public all the time and ask for, you know, the permissions to be able to do it. Even though I'm very supportive of that, it just seems like it's a hard way to run business. And you know, there's things that I think we as a body could take care of, but I don't know. We'll see. I appreciate your help. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I took that as a signal that this would be a good time to hand out the handout that I just gave you. You might pass it on to staff and to, particularly to Mr. Harper.
Could you hold on just a second here? Do you have enough copies to make this?
I had 20.
Public? Okay.
The, you brought up the subject of pie this morning, so I thought I'd provide some blueberry and lemon pie. One of these pie charts has already been referenced by Mr. Harper on the front page where it says residential and the final column says 53.83%. And what that represents is of all the assessed value in the state, residential property now comprises 54% of the total. However, back in 1992, when homeowners were asked to vote on the amendment and whether or not the 11.5% classification rate was acceptable, residential property only represented 35% of the total valuation. So consequently, in addition to values raising on residential properties, most dramatically last year, the proportion of taxes that homes now pay has increased about 50%, more than 50% from when the amendment was adopted. So chart number 1 shows us where we were at when the amendment was adopted in 1992. And actually, just to add to what Representative Amix just said, initially we voted, some of us who were born then, voted on the first classification amendment in 1986. As was noted earlier, to adjust to what we thought was going to happen but didn't happen, some of those numbers were adjusted in 1992, which is the last time we revisited this issue. Chart number 3 is a suggestion that Representative Amix and myself have offered as a potential way to address this tremendous increase onto residential property, and that's to have another amendment submitted that lowered the 11.5 to 9, which would only adjust it from 54% of the share of total taxes to 48, but would give some real relief to those who've suffered increases in their home taxes. I don't intend to, that's it, I'm done. I just want to throw it out there for people to look at and to think about before we come back in January.
Okay. Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the information, Representative. I would question, there's one number that I would like to see on this before I made any decisions, and that would be the number of households. How many residents has it increased over the years? Because that's also a factor of this equation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, as my grandpa used to say, they're not making any more farm ground. So So, ultimately, and I understand what Representative Miller is projecting here, and these are real numbers. And I don't think that's anything that ever stops until we stop building homes. So where do you define that line? Maybe it's from 11.5 down to 9% now. Do we just keep going down to keep that at a healthy balance, or what do we define as a healthy balance? But these are all questions that we can certainly tackle and get into in session. If we decide as a committee to make the recommendation to look at that rate, we can certainly dig into the details.
Yeah, my point is, I think we all need to be looking at it, and my eyes have been opened already from one way we need to look at it that I had not, and that may very well be a lot of the explanation for this. But trust me, a lot of people think their taxes on their own home is going up too high, and we should find out what we can do to address that issue.
Yes, and as I'm sure everyone is aware, that's also an increase. You look into the factors of the mill levies and where they were at in 1992 versus today. Obviously, that becomes a factor in the ultimate tax bill, not necessarily the valuation, but the tax bill when people face those tax bills going up. But Director, we got a little bit off subject, but I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, and we'll continue on the compliance.
Okay, I'm on page 7, and I've kind of broken out our compliance to procedures and then results. And I'll go a little quicker over the procedures than I will results, because I think that's the results are what we're wanting to see. But my message on the procedures on page 7, we have very good documentation in place. We have guides in place. We have an appraisal directive in place. We have procedural compliance guidelines. Step by step by step by step, we lay out what needs to be done. These focus very strongly on the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, of Kansas law, of our valuation guides. So our procedures are in place. If we're dropping the ball somewhere, it's for the amount of time we're doing follow-up. Our reviews goes on throughout the year. So in a way, for some counties, we somewhat serve as doing a QC on some of their analysis, some of the spreadsheets they put together, some of that work for each phase. So a lot of time has been spent on that, and we've had several meetings here in the past few months on what we can do to modify that, to take some of that off of our team to allow us to be more proactive dealing with what we find. We can find things, then how do we address it? That's probably where we're lacking. Down where it's kind of separated in the bottom 3 bullets is really our weaknesses. Our compliance procedures and reviews really deal on the big picture. When you do mass appraisal, when you're valuing $1.5 million, $1.6 million, $1.7 million parcels a year, you build models, you run the parcels through these valuation models, and it works great, especially for residential and for the majority of the properties. But then it's when you start applying these individual parcel influence factors that we don't right now have the access to dig down into. Is that correct? So we're looking big picture. The other thing, I think, we talked about appraisal districts. I think maybe we need, in our reviews, we need more compliance districts. Where instead of just right now, our compliance review is one person looking at one county. And we've heard from county appraisers that this one person on our staff looks at things differently in their county than this person on our staff does in another county they have. So if we don't do appraisal districts, I think we could do some things with compliant districts where those summaries roll up and then start rolling up statewide. So that's kind of our procedure. Page 8 and 9 are more on the procedural part. The chart you see on page 8 is basically our phase completion chart. So this is what a county appraiser has to complete and send in to us throughout the year. And it starts from the scope of work and appraisal plan down to certifying values. And each of these steps is expanded greatly by steps that take place for developing land models, for depreciation, for everything that goes into it. So when we have a tracking spreadsheet, it goes out to about 240 columns of things our staff tracks that gets sent in and gets done by 105 counties. So it's very in-depth, maybe too in-depth on some of the Some things that are done annually, maybe we don't have to do annually. But, you know, we have to appraise annually, but some of these steps along the way, maybe we don't. But that's what we require of the counties. Page 9, again, just talks about the appraisal directive we put in place. And this is what outlines our ratio study and our procedural audit, and then our substantial compliance. So about in the middle, we'll be referencing our compliance consists of 3 phases. We do a procedural compliance. Are they meeting these steps in these phase charts? Are the statutory compliance? Are they mailing things on time? Are the county appraisers mailing notices on time? Are they allowing the proper time for appeals? Those type of things very clearly stated in law. And then the statistical compliance, which is our sales ratio study, which is really our report card on how accurate those values are when you compare them to what the actual property sold for. If you turn over on page 10, that's our compliance scorecard, and that's what goes out to, is completed, and will go to the county appraiser and the county commissioner every year. So on the scorecard, a county has to get that 75% to be considered in substantial compliance. The sales ratio study has the biggest impact on that, the most potential points on the value. The statutory requirements down at the bottom, we don't award points for those, we just take them away. So if they're not doing one of those things, they're losing the points because that's required by law for them to do. Be happy to send you 105 of these scorecards if you have interest in seeing what they look like completed, but that just wanted to kind of give you a summary of what goes into our process. We do a very detailed review. We collect a lot of data. What we're talking about is how we can better use that to identify some issues. So.
If I can interrupt right quick, are those available online, or do we have to request those through like an open records request if we want to look, if anybody wanted to look at their county's compliance scorecard, is that possible?
It's certainly possible, but I'm not sure if they're all online. I'd have to check. Something we could sure put a link to make them available.
I didn't know if that was at the state level or like a county appraiser or county clerk would have
It'd be the state. It's our report, so it would be us. So yeah, it's certainly open records.
Okay.
And we'll get into it a little bit later. But for counties that fall out of compliance, you know, we go to the commission meetings and visit with them. So we could definitely make those available.
Yes, Representative Miller.
Can you give us an idea how many counties are not in compliance?
I will in just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to jump ahead to page 13. Please skip over 12. Every time I review a document on my computer, I guess it's my age, I always catch a formatting error when I print it out and go to hand it out. So I got a little ahead of myself with those pie charts. So if you'll jump ahead to 13, or maybe I just got my pages in the wrong order. So I might have my pages numbered wrong. I think I did. So we're page 11, where it says annual appraisal compliance review, statistical. Okay. Yeah, for some reason this page printed backwards and my 12 is in front of my 11, so that's technology. Annual appraisal compliance review, so the statistical results. Our strengths and weaknesses on that, the way I see it. Number one, we work with a technical advisory committee on our sales ratio study. We have a professor of statistics from Kansas State, one from economics from Washburn, and then an executive director of the American Statistical Association. All consult with our sales ratio coordinator to make sure our stats are relevant and reflective of what we should be checking. So I can tell you when I sit in on the meetings with this group, it goes over my head in about half a minute on the statistics that they talk about. But our statistical research and process we do is validated by these people and have great confidence in the report we put out. The other thing that's an advantage for us with our sales ratio study, again, PVD is, we're comparing what this property was appraised as of January 1 to what it sold for the following year. So we don't have that sale price when we're valuing them. It's after the fact. There's a validation process that goes in place. The counties will review those sales and validate them if they're representative market value and use those for the valuation process. At PVD, we do an independent validation process for the ratio study. So we're not relying on what the county told us that this, hey, look at this sale, but don't look at this one. We're doing an independent validation for our sales ratio study, which adds, in my opinion, a great deal of credibility to our final numbers. The dates we have, we try to do a preliminary report that's required to be published by April 1st. If we don't meet that deadline, we at least, or if we can't meet the final report by April 1st, we do the preliminary report, which comes to all of you or the chairs of the tax committees. Be something when that comes out each year, be happy to come over and go over that in detail if that would ever be of interest to you. Let's skip down the couple issues I think with ratio study. Again, it compares January 1 values to sales in the next calendar year, so it takes us a while to research those. So really, we're working in the rears. By the time we get that study out, review it, deal with things, we're about a year and a half past that appraisal date. So, we may have a different appraiser. We may be a totally different market. So just the timeliness of that is somewhat of a concern. The other concern with results, and we'll get into, residential values, we'll see, are typically very reliable. They're typically good. We have concerns, as we'll see, with some commercial values. I think that's a growing area of concern on commercial property. Special use properties are not necessarily reflected in this. We're reflecting commercial industrial class and the residential class and what is sold. So you have very few sales of the special use properties to compare to those. But our main thing, if anything, is how we could bring more reliance on these ratio studies in a more timely manner before values are settled and before values are finalized each year. The definitions down below, just so you're aware of it, we're going to be talking a lot about median ratio. So 3/4 of the way down, just the definition of the ratio. It's just appraised value divided by sale price. Just a simple example there, and you can see when you get to a lower end property how much tighter that range of acceptance is. Our median ratio is what we rely on for our primary measurement, and the median ratio for the county to be in compliance needs to fall between 90 and 110, so plus or minus 10. Coefficient of dispersion is our measurement of uniformity. So how tightly are all those values grouped around the median? You may have a median of 100. It may just happen that your median ratio falls to 100, but then your COD is over 20. It means your values are all over the place. So COD, when we look at the chart, is our measurement of uniformity. So I will jump over to 13. This is our residential study for the most current year. So to answer for Commissioner Miller, that centered several questions. One, we look at them individually, residential, commercial, and then overall. So this is our ratio study. The red ones were out of compliance this year. Looks like we had 19 out on residential. And one thing I want to point out to you, if you look down the median column, so this is our gauge of appraised value to sale price, you will notice the ones that are well below 100, which means in our comparison, the appraised values are well below what those properties sold for. And for this year, is that okay? We know what the market's been. I think we need to consider COVID, what happened with the residential market. I think everybody's probably heard stories of a house going on the market, selling in one day and selling for over asking price. So I think appraisers from these stats have been conservative about bumping values, but to be uniform and equal, it's market value. Sometimes values have to go up to meet that. That's just the way it is. But just want you to be aware that most ones that are falling out of compliance are on the lower end on the residential side. I did want to glance back to what I have, page 12. The pie chart there, if you compare the residential properties are out of compliance, about 2.5% of the value across the state is out of compliance this year for residential. On the median ratio, about 2.7 is out of compliance for the COD, so that's on residential only. Jumping ahead to page 15, it's a different story on the commercial and industrial. So hopefully, if my numbering's caught up with me, you'll have two pie charts on that page. Okay. You can see for commercial and industrial, when we look at those sales, 42% of the statewide value is out of compliance on commercial for the most recent ratio study year. And based on the COD or the uniformity of those values, 53%. Bottom numbers, we had 40 counties out of statistical compliance on commercial properties this year. The next couple pages gives you that county by county breakdown. Again, we've highlighted in red for the counties that they're out of compliance. Well, I will note some of the, especially on commercial property, some of the challenge, especially for the smaller counties, is there's just very few sales. So when you look down the column and see total sales, when that's a low number, the reliability of that statistic dwindles because there's just few sales to compare it to. I would say that this year that percentage of the total statewide value is high because Johnson County and Wyandotte were both out on this year on the commercial property. So that's a huge, huge piece of the pie on value across the state. Just to put in perspective on page 18 up at the top there, I just give you a breakdown over the past few years of how many counties have been out of statistical compliance. You notice the numbers grown 2019, 2020, 21 on commercial, and that's why I state that that's a growing concern. Part of this, again, 2020 and 2021 were not typical years by any means, and especially for the market. On the compliance, I did want to mention, and maybe finish this page and then I'll pause, but for commercial review, the legislature passed the law, and Senator Tyson might be able to help me on the year, but it might have been around 2016, or maybe the revisor could, to where for now in statistical compliance for commercial properties, if they're out of statistical compliance, PVD is required now to go out and either conduct or hire commercial appraisals on 1% of those commercial properties that were out. And we look at the subclass they were in, and we have to go out and do those reviews. That was hard to do a little bit during the COVID period. So we picked up in these last few months. This is a major priority of ours because we want to see what we're finding and what these private appraisers are finding when they go out and review these properties in the counties. So for this year, with those 40 counties out, we're having to do 270 appraisals. We're contracting with private appraisers, general certified appraisers with the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board to do the appraisals in Johnson, Wyandotte, Barton, and Saline. That's totaling about 105 appraisals and about $225,000 for the PVD, comes out PVD budget. The other counties, we have sent our staff out and data collected the property in those smaller counties, and we're doing the in-house review on those as opposed to contracting out for the final appraisals. So last part on page 18, we roll up, we have the different compliance. It rolls up into a substantial compliance results. This year, 89 counties met the minimum requirements for substantial compliance. The average has been about 100 a year since 2010 have met the compliance. In those counties where they fail the overall substantial compliance, the substantial is the ratio study, the statutory requirements, the procedural requirements. For those counties, we have to go out and meet with the county commissioners. So we are in the process of scheduling those between Thanksgiving and the end of the year. Several of them will just be doing virtually. Several of them have asked us to come meet in person. So we will be going to meet with them. Page 19 just gives you a little historical perspective, and 20 on the counties that have been in and out of substantial compliance. And I think on the bottom of page 20, Representative Miller, we total up the total out for each year. So for the most recent year, we had 89 in, 16 out of the total. I guess just the last thing I'd add on page 21, when we go out and meet with the counties commissioners who have failed, where the counties failed substantial compliance, one of the things we have to report to them is the appeals. How many property appeals have they had in their county? How does that compare statewide? So I just wanted to share with you, well, it's not part of our review process. I think it should be. I think property appeals are probably a very good indicator of if we have an issue with a certain property type in a certain county. Probably something we should be paying closer attention to. I was hoping to get the 2022 numbers in here, but I did not, but have time to get that together. But what you can see if you look at these charts, typically, and this stays pretty steady, about 4 to 6% of the commercial property owners statewide appeal their value to their county appraiser every year. For residential, it's about 1 to 3% of them appeal their value to the county appraiser each year. The far right column shows how many of those actually got an adjustment when they're at that local level. Then down below, we're trying to track how many go on to the Board of Tax Appeals. We're a separate entity than the Board of Tax Appeals. So we don't have access to their data, but we do get open records requests from once a year from them to kind of compare how many from the county then end up going on to the Board of Tax Appeals. Percentage-wise, it's a relatively small number. Number of appeals, it's 4,000 to 5,000 a year on the boat, according to the open records we had. But again, I think PVD can better utilize appeals to track problem areas and try to get ahead of some things maybe instead of always playing catch up. But so anyway, a lot there, a lot of numbers. That's kind of the number part of the whole presentation. I can pause and we can catch up.
Yeah, thank you, Director. I had a question, but I didn't write it down, and I'm trying to review to see what my question was. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if anyone besides me caught it, but David at one point referred to me as commissioner. He developed that bad habit because he used to be the appraiser when I was commissioner in Shawnee County.
I didn't even catch that. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Representative.
Well, I just bring that up because those of us in Shawnee County are very proud that he is the state's director of PVD and has done that over multiple administrations with multiple parties as governor. My question, David, you mentioned something about a group of properties that PVD is appraising. Would you repeat that?
Yes, sir. I'll find the page so we can.
You said Johnson, Wyandotte, Barton.
Yes. Yeah, on page 18. So out of those 40 counties who are out of compliance, we've contracted with private appraisers to do the appraisal reviews in those 4 counties: Johnson, Wyandotte, Barton, and Saline.
Okay, my question is, you went on to say that that's being paid for out of PVD's budget. Why? Wouldn't that be a responsibility of the county? You're providing it, the product, but isn't it their responsibility to have done that correctly?
It is. It's the statute. That's the way the statute was written. And the statute's very clear that this is a check on values. This is an additional check on values. If a certain percentage of these private appraisals come back and they're a certain percentage away from what the county appraised it at, then we have to go back to the county and work with them on a plan of action to address that. But the way the statute was written, it's funded by PVD.
So that would be the fault of the tax chairman for writing the law that way? Thank you.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, these contractors aren't performing the county appraiser's duty. They're doing a separate appraisal for PVD's benefit to compare against the county?
It's very clear in the statute in 79-1495. This is a check on values, and it states in there it's not to be used for the property tax appraisal. It's an additional check on the values of the mass appraisal system.
Okay, thank you. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief, but I do have a few questions and comments, and I know we'll pick this up during session in the Senate Tax Committee. You did say that PVD is responsible for holding the appraisers in compliance. I happened to be in a BOTA hearing, and the opposite was said by a PVD employee. So I hope that we can get that straightened out as to what's accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then also, there's extreme differences in the number of appraisers in the counties based on the size of the counties, the number of the residents and units of property. I thought that was quite interesting, too. And I know you wouldn't have any control over that. That would be the county that hires those individuals. But I just wanted to bring it to people's attention. I thought that was quite interesting. So thank you for the data in your presentation.
Yes.
And I would also ask that, you know, to me, looking at this as a numbers person, a data person, it tells me that the equations are subjective. We've got individuals that if we sent each one of us in to appraise a property and gave them the list of criteria, I bet we would come up with at least 5 different answers. But if we gave them the same formula for income tax and sales tax to look at, I bet we would have probably 4 of the 5 of us would be the same. So it is so subjective on property tax, and it makes me question our process and our way that we are evaluating. And that's why I ask, is it statewide, is it countywide, is it districts? I know that one of my constituents called, his property taxes went up 90% in 1 year, the valuation, 90%. That doesn't even make sense. So we do have a problem with the system. The system's broken, and we need to fix it. And I would say, I would like to see, if I could, Mr. Chairman, a look back on page 19 and 20 to include the data from the housing bubble years, to see if we were compliant during those years and how those numbers matched. And I would ask that the state take a very hard look. I know we used to base appraisals on the number of doors in a household, you know, but it was something that was solid, not subjective, not moving. I just think we need to look at our valuation process in detail. I hear too many complaints on it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your indulgence.
Do you want a response to any of those, or just?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Okay.
if
Director, I didn't
that's
know if
okay.
there was anything you wanted to respond to.
Well, I'll agree that there's a subjective part of an appraisal. I'll also point out what we do on an appraisal and the methodologies we try to use are the exact same that a private appraiser uses when he comes out to appraise your home for mortgage purposes. The big difference is on county appraisers, and when we're doing our appraisals, we go back and check and see how accurate they are. You know, I did private appraisals for a number of years. No one ever came back. I went to go do a refinance appraisal. No one ever came back and said, hey, it ended up selling for this. You were way off. But with the county, so there's some accountability there. We have a check in place. But you're exactly right. There's a subjective element. Is that house in fair condition or is it in good condition? Because we're trying to get the market value. So, you know, we'll talk about 2 houses being identical. There's probably not. But that's why we rely on a mass appraisal model. So when you go out to a subdivision, all these homes that are very similar are valued with the same coefficients for square foot price. If they have a finished basement, they have the same value per square foot added on. So we try to make it uniform, but you're right, there's subjective calls when you do any type of appraisal.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. And I really appreciate your expertise in this, too. And I would ask that you look at other models, other states. I know we're looking into that as to addressing our process in valuations. But think about this. It makes no sense to me. It's based off of the number of houses on the market for sale, what their supply and demand. We know that. That creates the value of the house, supply and demand. So if demand would decrease substantially and the supply floods the market, then the valuations would bottom out. So, I mean, this equation makes no sense to me as looking at it as a logistically and somebody that looks at numbers. To me, it's more subjective. So I really challenge, and I think this would help Representative Miller's issue with the valuations on the 9%. He wants to lower property taxes. This could make a difference in having more consistency across the state. Thank you.
Committee, any further questions? Seeing none, we can move on to the next
All right,
part.
I'm done with the statistics, so that's a good part of it. I'll go on to the last couple pages. I just want to address some current issues we have going on, and two of them deal with some recent court orders. So just within the past couple of weeks, the Kansas Court of Appeals ordered a decision on a grain elevator appeal in Ford County. Addressed a couple issues. One who has a burden on a taxpayer to appeal to the district court. The answer was the county and the state. But the more significant issue dealt with the commercial and industrial machinery and equipment that goes along with the grain elevator and the classification of that property. We waited until Gray County had requested the Supreme Court to take up the issue. The Supreme Court denied, so it became final litigation. So we informed the counties of this decision and began working on what to do to recognize this for our grain elevators across the state. The issue is that some of the items that had historically been classified as part of the real estate now are, based on this court order, personal property, commercial and industrial machinery and equipment, and we need to work to find out how to allocate a value to those items. When we value it, it's kind of all grouped together. So now we have to allocate a value for those exempt properties so we can take it off of the tax roll. So that's kind of the challenge we're faced with now. We've had a meeting. We had our first call on November 8th with representatives from the industry and from the county appraisers. And I think the takeaway from that was industry was going back and then bringing to us some recommendations on maybe what the typical percentage or typical value is for these items in the facilities. And we have another meeting scheduled for December 5th to follow up on that. So we're working with both counties and industry to address this court order. The other case was an ag case out of Lynn County. And this went part of what we've heard about on the uniformity issue, I think. But it talked about PVD's methodology and factoring canopy cover on ag land. We had, I think, kind of offered advice that some of the canopy cover influences were covered in our per acre values that went out to the different appraisal, different ag districts. The court came back, or board came back and said that we need to look at that case by case facts rather than just a regional level adjustment. So it's a board tax bill case. Typically, legally, I think those apply just to that parcel, but we're taking this order and acting on it, trying to gain uniformity on what we do on influence factors. So we've started doing some work. This is with eastern counties with the tree cover on their grasslands. So we found 39 counties that are in the eastern part. And then we found 16 of them had this influence factor. The others did not, but some of them are calling it wasteland. Some of them called it canopy cover. So there is definitely a discrepancy. Same thing as we're doing with the grain elevators. We put together a working group. We had our first call earlier this week with a smaller group of counties that represented some with it, some without it. Trying to get some guidelines together. Top of page 23, I included what's currently in our guide. And the last paragraph that italicized talks about one thing to consider is the influence already being considered in the methodology and data sources. Some soils account for that reduction already, so we're reviewing what's in our guide. We're reviewing how we can notify people to make them aware that this influence factor may have been on your land and then taken off because the county didn't have any documentation to support it. So again, working group started and hope to have this addressed we'll have it addressed before 2023 evaluations. Last thing I was asked to cover was software updates. We are near finalizing a contract for a product called Assessment Connect. And what this is a Tyler Technologies product. I think many of you are probably aware that right now we contract with Tyler Technologies for our statewide computer-assisted mass appraisal system. So every county uses this CAMA system that we support, we support. And it's the data warehouse and the valuation tools for all the real property parcels in the state. Our problem has always been that these are 105 different sites. So for like today, we wanted to get a number of appeals across the state. We would have to go hit 105 different sites and run queries to get these data. The biggest thing that's coming from Assessment Connect is it's putting all that into one server, one site. Great tool for us. If we want to do now, how many parcels have canopy cover in statewide? It's a query with one site. How many appeals statewide? It's a query through one site. So we're pretty excited about it. We went through the Information Network of Kansas board, the Inc. board, and requested a grant. So we received funding for the first 3 years of the project to let us evaluate how efficient it is. And again, it's just using data that's already in our system, but it provides an analytical tool for us, a compliance tool for us. There's analytical tools in there for the counties, built-in ratio studies where we can do ratio studies throughout the year. There's some regional capabilities. You know, you get unique properties that, I know some of our Northwest counties looked at their Casey stores and how different each county was describing them as far as condition, quality, those kind of things. This allows us to do those studies regionally, let the appraisers to do those studies regionally. And then another big piece of this is it contains a public-facing dashboard. And it's one that the counties can set up with their data. It's one we can set up statewide. Some of the things you're asking, are they out there? Well, if those scorecards, if we have them in Excel or PDF, we'll be able to link them to this Assessment Connect dashboard, and somebody will be able to drop down to a county, pick that up, and grab it. So we're enthused. It's gone through the CEDO approval process. We went over to the IT committee and legislative committee and gave them an update. It's my first project with the CEDO approval. I had no idea how long it took to get everything through, but I think we're close. I think the contracts are in the legal's hands now, and we're hoping by around the first of the year we'll be able to start implementing some things with it. But I think it's a big tool for us.
I just had a quick question on the software. Are the counties individually, do they have hardware and sort of software updates that they're going to have to be responsible for to get into this system, or is this something they can use their existing equipment and software for?
There's no equipment purchases needed by the county, and again, it's linked to our current CAMA system. It's the same vendor. There will be a new software system for them to access, but we're putting together, we have three of us from PVD, and then the county's appointed 3 people that are kind of work together to see there's going to be some canned reports, different things like that by push of a button they can get what they want to see. So they have a voice. They've been involved throughout, and they're excited about the opportunity to use that as well. But no additional expense or purchases for the county or us other than the software. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Did that conclude your presentation? You ready for questions?
What if I said no on the questions with that?
I don't think you have that choice.
Okay.
I guess you can refuse to answer them, but committee on the final segment here, any questions? Yes, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, do other states, have they utilized this an application similar to this?
No other states have. There's some appraisal districts that have, some pretty large districts that we look at their websites and what they set up. You know, what's unique about us is that we're one of the few states that all counties are on the same appraisal system. Most states, each district goes and does their own CAMA system. So that gives us a leg up where we can pull all this in together, but no statewide applications yet.
We're not completely reinventing the wheel.
As far as,
the development of this software application?
this is an off-the-shelf system. So, and we have gotten demos, how it was used in other districts, so no, I don't think we are.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions. Director, thank you very much for your presentation and your time and the extensive information you've compiled for us.
Okay, you're welcome.
Well, committee, our next item of business looks like I will turn to the revisor's office, Mr. Sievers, Adam Sievers, for a review of the equalization of Walmart stores. There's a court case we're going to review right quick. Okay, it looks like everyone has a copy of the document. Go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was asked to speak about a recent Kansas Supreme Court case, in re-equalization appeals of Walmart Stores, Inc. This opinion was issued on July 1st of 2022. In the opinion, the court addressed evidentiary disputes in valuing commercial big box stores, and that's how they even quote it, as big box stores. The issue in the opinion is the court established what evidence may be admissible in determining these valuations of these properties. The end result was the court remanded the case back to BOTA to make further findings after issuing the opinion. A little history of the issue, underlying issue in this case. Prior to this Walmart case, BOTA relied on a Kansas Court of Appeals case, in re Preeb, which was from 2012, to determine if these build to suit leases would be included as evidence for sales approach valuations. Kind of the key terms here are build to suit leases and then the sales approach valuations. I'll get more into that a little bit later. Under the Preeb opinion, BOTA was prohibited from using unadjusted build-to-suit lease data to support valuations. So there was kind of a preclusion that BOTA was under due to the Preeb case. Kind of going to the actual facts of the underlying case, the taxpayer in this case, as you may imagine, matter of Walmart stores are Walmart and Sam's Clubs, 11 of them in Johnson County, Kansas. They were appealing their valuations from 2016 and 2017. Apparently, there was a big increase over the 2015 year. Of course, the taxpayer in the county disputed the valuations of the properties, of all these properties, which was the reason for the dispute. In order to value the properties, the taxpayer compiled 3 separate valuations based on the cost approach, the sales comparables approach, and the income approach. Each approach can be used to generate value for a property, but the underlying BOTA adopted the income approach for determining value of these properties. And then in order to determine income or value under the income approach, the court looked at a process where first the market rent is estimated, 2, the market vacancy and collection rates are estimated, 3, appropriate market expenses are deducted to determine the property's net income, and then 4, the net income as determined in the previous steps is divided by capitalization rate to arrive at that income's present worth. Kind of getting to the central issue in this case is all these properties were constructed under a build-to-suit lease. There's somewhat small percentage of properties are subject to this, and they even make reference that there's probably 5 to 6 retailers who meet the definition to the big box stores who would qualify under these build-to-suit, generally leases. So finding the appropriate data is kind of the issue in the underlying case. Specifically, the issue is whether unadjusted sales and rental rates from other big box retail properties subject to build-to-suit leases should be included to try and develop the market rents. As suited, or as background, build-to-suit, how they defined it, and it can, kind of morph into various other ways, but typically leases under build-to-suit arrangements in which the end user finds the location, develops plans, and hires a contractor in exchange for a lease. That's kind of the basic definition they used in this case. In determining values of these properties, BOTA relied on the pre-decision as they were instructed that the build-to-suit rental rates cannot be used to establish a property's income generating potential without certain adjustments so that the rent paid is for the rental estate alone. According to the taxpayer, relying on build-to-suit leases was improper. As such, leases should be characterized as financing agreements for the property's construction. There's concern that these build-to-suit leases contain things in addition to just the pure rental rate for the property. The court in the matter of Walmart stores overruled Preeb on this issue that build-to-suit rental rates are wholeheartedly precluded unless certain adjustments are made into support of an appraisal. And then as a result of this opinion, BOTA is now able to hear the evidence and incorporate unadjusted build-to-suit rental rates in determining value. They're not required to take in these, but they're allowed to hear evidence. When presenting the evidence, the county and the taxpayer, the county can present, generally the county presents the evidence that these rental rates should be included in determining the value, while previously they were just essentially precluded from doing so. As has been a topic of discussion in the last couple of years, the court did mention dark store theory in the case. There was a little, it was a little unusual in the fact that they really didn't get into it that much on dark store theory. It was just kind of mentioned in passing almost. With the sense that generally dark store theory is based when using vacant properties as comparable sales for the valuation of properties pursuant to a sales comparable approach. As stated earlier, the court BOTA adopted an income approach. So since they weren't even relying on that, it really didn't apply in this case. The court noted that BOTA had rejected the dark store theory sales comparison method based on the evidence presented to BOTA due to the comparables that were presented having been older and less in desirable locations. Again, BOTA ultimately, this is from the Supreme Court, relied on the income approach in this case as limiting any potential guidance on dark store theory application and the broader aspect going forward. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
So how does this case impact other Walmart stores across the state now?
It's a good question. Essentially, when the county will go, or if there's a dispute over value, the county can bring in evidence that these build-to-suit leases before BOTA, that the value of what the property should be based off of should include the entirety of the build-to-suit lease, not any sort of build-to-suit lease with, it has to have adjustments made off of it. So that's the main concern, that these leases can be wholly incorporated when going into determining value.
Well, thank you for that overview. Looks like Representative Miller with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This decision was issued July 1, 2022.
That's correct.
Do we have any information on the impact the decision has had on values yet?
I don't believe so. I don't even believe it's probably back in BOTA. Since it was remanded back to BOTA, they'll have to, since BOTA didn't hear the underlying evidence, I mean, they probably heard it, but disregarded it, they'll essentially have to have new hearings to determine the impact of whether or not to accept these build-to-suit leases or not. Essentially just open the gates to allowing that evidence to come in for them to determine value.
So no one knows whether the decision itself will have an impact at all?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you know, is there a schedule for BOTA on when they plan on taking this up again, or
You know, I honestly didn't look into that yet. I'll probably need to look into that and or defer
Yes.
to.
Director Harper, would you like to address the question?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the county and taxpayers stipulated on these values. They have been resolved. I don't have the dollar amount with me.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Seeing no further questions on that issue, thank you very much. Okay, we are running ahead of schedule now, and I guess at this time I'd like to open it up, and Eddie, I'll defer to you if I'm doing something wrong here, but I'd just like to have maybe an open discussion on what we want to look at for recommendations from this special committee to the 2023 legislature for action. We have reviewed, do you want to go over and kind of review some of the things that we've covered, or, I mean, we basically took a look at the Social Security and retirement income. Most of the morning, we did have the section on the inactive or unused tax provisions, tax credits, sales tax statutes. Open to any discussion the members would have on what they would like to see for recommendations. I think Senator Holland, he was not here, but made it clear that, you know, we want to address the cliff on Social Security and also perhaps the marriage penalty, and just open the open mic session. So, Representative Miller.
I'd like to follow up on the very good point that Senator Tyson raised and see if research can't provide us household figures dating back to 1992 year to year. That's not too much work. I'd also like the revisor's office to work with property valuation director on proposed legislation to address the courses that he was suggesting ought to have a different origin or approval.
Yes.
And I just want to clarify. So for what you mentioned, I mean, you're kind of looking for the number of parcels that exist within each of those, the growth from that, from 92, is that?
I want to keep your work simple. The only one thing I'm looking for is the number of residential parcels.
Just residential, okay.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciated the presentation on Social Security benefits and other retirement accounts, and I appreciate our work on the conference committee last year, the removing of the cliff and the graduated removing of the state income tax on it and retirement accounts at some point. I mean, it was a minimal increase, but it did help taxpayers. So I would, if the committee would not object, I would like to recommend that we move forward with that type of legislation again next year.
I would concur, and I know we did a lot of work on that just for that CCR to kind of end up where it did. But yeah, I think we had some good solutions there, and I would like to move forward with that next year for legislation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Amix. Oh, Representative Miller?
Yes, if I may, just to follow up, what was the marital threshold that we went to? Did we double it, or did we go?
We did not double it.
Does staff remember?
The CCR for 2597 didn't have any change to the marriage penalty aspect of that provision. It only addressed the cliff. Now, it did address it in a fashion where it was going to become, the slope was going to become progressively flatter and flatter over time, to where eventually that marriage penalty, I think, would have kind of resolved itself, but that could have been many years into the future, potentially.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
The way that we had increased it was approximately, we started out from 75,000 to 85,000, and then we had an increment each year to where we would see an aggressive decrease within 5 years. it wouldn't be completely gone. I think it was 7 to 8 years when it would be completely gone. That was on the Social Security portion.
Yeah, I don't know what the maximum amount of Social Security people are receiving, but I would think we'd hit that cap pretty quickly, even with 2 people in the household.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would just explain the reason that we had come to that agreement, obviously, was the fiscal note. It kept the fiscal note under control in the sense that we could move forward. It didn't just pull the rug out from underneath. I thought it was a great compromise. The Senate, we had passed removing it completely, but after talking it through and working with the House and what everybody was comfortable with, we had arrived to that agreement. I thought it was very well thought through. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up question to the Vice Chairman. So the goal then is to, over time, the 7-year period, was to eliminate tax on Social Security. That is our goal. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think it's a good goal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any discussion on, I'm not trying to shut off discussion on that if we want to come back to it, but any thoughts on the inactive or unused tax provisions? We looked at tax credits. We looked at some of the sales tax statutes. I think if we make a recommendation from this committee, it's just to recommend that we, I don't want to go into detail. There was a lot of stuff that I think we need to dive a little deeper into, but just make a recommendation to clean up our statutes a little bit for things that have not been used, and leave it up to the tax committees from the Senate and the House to determine which ones are still viable. They're just not being used. To your point, Representative Miller, there's a lot of good things out there that could still have some potential. We don't want to get those off the books if they're just not being utilized. Okay. Any further discussion on recommendations, or do we want to wait until our next meeting where we can come back with some of the information that has been requested, either of the revisers or research, to clarify our recommendations? Okay. Talkative bunch this afternoon. Must not have had coffee for either that or it's 3 o'clock on Fridays. I guess I'll look towards staff. Is there anything else we need to address at this time?
Nothing that you do need to address. The only thing I was going to mention is that if there is information other than what you have already requested that you would like in advance of the, like for the December 12th meeting, the sooner you can get those requests in, the better.
Okay.
Would be the only thing I would say.
Very good. Yes, Representative Miller.
That actually is a good segue to a discussion we had before the meeting started. Are we meeting on the 12th? Because we were talking about the 12th or the 19th, and she wasn't sure. Is it settled that it's the 12th?
The 12th is what we're looking at right now. I was visiting with Senator Tyson earlier. It's amazing, even with a small committee, how tough it was to find a date that worked for everyone. So if it looks like there's going to be a significant amount of folks gone for the 12th, we might look at.
You already know that I will not be here on the 12th.
Okay, then it'll be the 12th. No, I'm kidding. Yes, you can participate virtually as well anytime.
Not where I'm going to be.
What would the time difference be there? Okay, any final comments for the benefit of the committee? Seeing none, thank you all for your attention, and we are adjourned.